Snow fell softly the night Jon Snow died. It drifted in through the broken timbers of the Lord Commander's chambers, silent as a prayer, pale flakes spinning lazily down to kiss blood-slicked stone. The world narrowed to the circle of faces above him, hardened men of the Night's Watch, black wool hoods rimed with frost, eyes flat and cold. Knives glinted in their hands, wet with his blood. "For the Watch," Bowen Marsh whispered again, as if words could make sense of murder. Jon tried to breathe and found only fire. The wounds were small things, holes punched through leather and flesh, but each seemed to carry winter inside it. His lungs burned. His fingers scrabbled at the stones, seeking Longclaw, and finding nothing but his own life, running out of him in dark, steaming rivers. The torchlight blurred. The men's faces swam apart, like crows scattering. Ghost, he thought, mind reaching instinctively for the one constant in a world made of lies. Ghost. Far away, or very near, a white wolf howled. The sound cut through the ringing in his ears, thin and fierce and lonely. It did not come from the yard, or the kennels, or the woods beyond the wall. It came from everywhere at once, from the very bones of the world. The howl rose and rose until it was no longer a howl at all, but the scream of metal in a forge, of steel dragged burning from coals and struck again and again on the anvil. Light fell away. Cold rose up to meet him. The world broke. He was standing, not at Castle Black, not in any hall or yard or wilderness he knew, but upon a plain of dark glass that stretched away in all directions, reflecting nothing. The sky above was a vault of black so deep it seemed to swallow sight. No stars burned in it, no moon, no aurora. Only a dim, colorless glow existed, without source or shadow. Jon looked down at himself and found he still wore his black furs, his sword belt, the old leather jerkin with its clumsy repairs and worn stitching. Longclaw hung at his hip, the pommel a white wolf's head, its pale stone eyes catching what little light there was. His chest no longer burned. When he pressed his gloved fingers to where the knives had sunk, he felt unbroken skin. The blood was gone. "Am I dead?" he asked the emptiness. His voice carried strangely, dull and clear at once, without echo. Something moved at the edge of sight. Jon turned, hand dropping to Longclaw's grasp, fingers curling around familiar leather. The dark plain rippled, the air above it warping like heat over a brazier. Out of that shimmer stepped something. Someone. One. Many someones. They came like fragments of reflection in a shattered mirror, shapes overlapping, facing through one another, coalescing into a single figure only when his eyes refused to make sense of the chaos. It was a man, or wore the shape of one, tall and narrow, draped in a cloak that seemed woven from shadows and falling snow, its edges dissolving into nothing. Where a face should have been there was only a pale blur, as if someone had breathed upon the surface of a mirror. Yet, when it spoke, the voice was not one voice at all, but many. Deep and thin, male and female, old and young, layered atop one another like veils. "Dead," said the not voice. "Alive. Between. You stand where the hammer falls and the metal screams. You stand in the forge." Jon's hand tightened on Longclaw. "Who are you?" "That depends on the telling." The figure tilted its blurred head, as if studying him. "Your red woman would call this Arlor's fire, and me his servant. The old gods might name this the heart of the weirwood, and me a root of their memory. The many-faced god would claim it as the hall of endings, the drowned god as the black beneath his waves. Lies and truths and truths and pieces. Call me what you wish, Jon Snow." "I did not wish for any of this." The anger surprised him. It burned hotter than his fear. Betrayal tasted like iron at the back of his tongue. "I swore vows. I did my duty. Now I lie stabbed by my own brothers. And you, whatever you are, want me to give you a name." Nani, Nabidol. Names are how men hold things in their hands. The blurred face seemed to ripple with faint amusement. You have never held your life in your hands, Jon Snow. Others have. Your father, who was not your father. Your uncle, who was not your uncle. Your king, who called you to war. Your Lord Commander, who gave you command. The wildling girl who loved you. The red woman who seeks to use you. The dead who will someday claim you. They have all reached for you, all tried to bend you to their will. No, Ganti. Jon's jaw clenched. I make my own choices. Do you? The figure stepped closer. The air shivered around it, cold and hot at once, choked with the scent of smoke and pine and blood. Every path you walked, every choice you made, was laid before you by hands larger than your own. The North wanted a Stark. The Watch wanted a Lord Commander. The Wildlings wanted a bridge. The Red Woman wants a savior. The world itself demands an answer to the question it has been asking since the snow first fell upon these lands. Who will stand at the end? Nah, I don't care for what the world wants. He heard his father in his own voice, grim and steady. I care for my family, for my people. That is what they all say at first. The ones who break the wheel, the ones who become the wheel. They start with love. The Not Man's cloak shifted soundlessly. You are not the first to bleed for your vows, not the first to die in them. But you are peculiar metal, Jon Snow. Strange ore. Many fires have already kissed you. You have been tempered in frost and flame both. That makes you useful. No, to you. Jon's eyes narrowed. What is it you want of me? Want? The figure's voices whispered and rumbled at once. We are not so small as wanting. The forge does not want the sword. The fire does not want the steel. There is a war coming, Jon Snow. Not the one you know, though that too will come. But a war of stories, of destinies, of endings. The world has grown thick with possibilities. Too many threads, too many answers. They snarl and twist and choke one another. If none are chosen, all fail. If one alone is chosen, the world breaks another way. There is need of a final shape. Nay, I'm no smith. No. The cloak flickered, its edges becoming wings, roots, shadows, banners, then resolving back into folds of darkness and snow. You are the metal. We will see what can be made of you. Jon drew Longclaw in a single smooth motion. The sword came free with a soft hiss. Steel a pale gray in the strange light, ripples of folded metal like frozen smoke along its length. You won't be hammering anything from me. You think this is where we begin? The Not Man's voices sounded almost gentle. You are already on the anvil, Jon Snow. You have always been there. You have already died. You are already living. And you are already at the end. The ground fell away. The glass plane shattered beneath his boots, splintering into 1,000 black shards. Each fragment caught him, multiplied him. Jon as boy in the courtyard at Winterfell, bruised and breathless. Jon upon the fist of the first men, ringed by blue eyes in the dark. Jon in a wildling tent with Ygritte's hair splayed across his chest like fire. Jon on a wall, hand raised in parley. Jon on over. Each, he tried to scream. No sound came. The shards fell, and he fell with them, through darkness bright with flickers of images, ragged, confused. A crown of ice, a crown of swords, a crown of dragon's fire. His own face, older, younger, burned, frozen, crowned, headless. A city of spires and domes wreathed in dragonfire, bells tolling madly. A quiet hall with roots in its ceiling and faces in its walls. A throne of black stone, slick with seawater. A wall of light stretching from horizon to horizon, shattering like glass. Then, like a sword plunging into a snowbank, everything stopped. He was back on the cold ground of Castle Black, staring up at the dark, spinning sky. Snowflakes touched his face. His breath billowed white in the air. "Lord Commander," a voice whispered, thin with terror and hope at once. John blinked. Ed's face hovered above his, pale with shock. Behind him loomed the broken ring of the mutineers, some clutching bloody knives, others dropping them as if they'd seared their hands. Bowen Marsh had fallen to his knees, his blade clattering from nerveless fingers. "Coast," John rasped. The white direwolf leapt from the shadows, fur bristling, red eyes blazing. He tore through the line of men like a storm through reeds, fangs flashing, snarls ripping the night apart. Men screamed. Blood sprayed hot across the snow. John rolled onto his side, every nerve screaming memory of pain. Yet his body obeyed. The stab wounds weren't. They burned as if freshly made, phantoms beneath the skin. But when his hand slid under his jerkin, he felt no torn flesh, no wet warmth, only scarred skin and hard muscle. He pushed himself to his feet. "Stop!" His voice rang out, stronger than it had any right to be. "Enough!" Ghost froze, jaws clamped midway through a man's arm. The mutineers staggered back, some bleeding, some unhurt, all staring at John as if he were a wight risen from the dead. "Perhaps I am," John thought. Bowen Marsh's mouth worked soundlessly. Tears streamed down his cheeks, freezing as they fell. "I stabbed you. I felt the blade go in. You died. You died." John looked at him, and the memories of 100 different deaths stirred faintly in the back of his mind, like embers in cold ash. None had fully been lived. All had been offered. "I did," John said quietly. "And yet, I'm here." He did not say. In one place, I stayed dead. In another, I rose different. In another, the wall had already fallen when the knives found me. He could taste those truths, raw and unfinished, like iron on his tongue, just out of reach. Possible lives, crowding at the edges of his mind. The forge, he thought. The knot man. The threads. "Gather the men," he said hoarsely, forcing his attention back to the yard, to the bleeding, terrified faces, the stink of fear and cold steel. All of them. Brothers, stewards, builders, now? Before dawn. "What for?" Ed asked, eyes still enormous. "To decide whether this is still the night's watch," John said, and the words sounded strange in his own ears, as if someone else had spoken through him. "Or just a pile of old stones where men come to murder their own and call it duty." The sky above Castle Black was paling at the edges when the brothers gathered in the yard. Torches sputtered in iron brackets, their flames drawing gold out of the stone and rough-cut timbers, making the snow glow faintly orange. The air bit like knives. John felt none of it. His blood ran with other fires. He stood on the steps of the Lord Commander's tower, Ghost at his side, long claw sheathed at his hip. The men below shifted and muttered, black cloaks and gray faces and nervous hands. Some would kill him again given the chance. Others would hang their heads and follow wherever he led. Most were caught in between, torn between fear and habit, and whatever they still remembered of the vows they'd once spoken. John let the silence stretch until it scraped their nerves raw. "You killed me," he said at last. The muttering died. Every eye fixed on him. "Your brothers," he went on, voice steady. "Your Lord Commander. You drove knives into me because you did not like the choices I made. Because I broke an oath, you say, by letting wildlings through the gate. Because you feared I would break more. Because the old ways comforted you more than change, more than life. For that, you murdered me. Call it what it is." "Menandum." No one spoke. A few men shifted uneasily. Somewhere in the back, a horse snorted and stamped. "My blood is in this yard," John said. "I won't spill more of it tonight, though gods know you deserve it." His gaze found Bowen Marsh. The old steward flinched. But hear this. The world beyond the wall does not care about your comfort. The dead do not care about your fear. They are coming, whether you open the gate for the living or not. Kill me once, kill me 100 times. It changes nothing. Winter does not stop to debate your honor. Mencha. He took a breath. For a heartbeat, the air tasted of another speech, another hall, men shouting, "The king in the north." As snow whirled through broken roofs, his chest tightened as if another crown sat there, heavy as iron. Many paths, many endings, all of them wanting me. You swore to guard the realms of men, John said. Not the idea you have of them. Not some comfortable story where wildlings are monsters and you are their noble slayers. Men, women died. Children died. South of the wall, north of it. All of them. That is our duty. If you cannot stomach that, leave. I will open the gates, and you may walk out and freeze, or run south and slink into some lord's service, or hang yourself from a tree in the haunted forest for all I care. But if you stay, you will stand with me. No more knives in the dark. No more brother in brother's blood. No. You speak as if you still lead us, one ranger muttered, braver than most. Joan's mouth quirked, humorless. Do you see another man here risen from death by the grace of gods, or whatever else meddles in this world? Until you kill me again and make it stick, I am Lord Commander. Then. The words rang with a weight that felt wrong, somehow. Off from the tune his life had been playing. In one of the other almost memories pressing against him, he felt himself lay that title down, cast it aside like a heavy cloak in summer. In another, he never took it up at all. You stand where the hammer falls. Not yet, he told the memory. Not yet. He saw the choice before him as clearly as if it had been laid upon a table. Stay, rebuild the watch as something new and hard and unyielding. Hammer his brothers into a weapon sharp enough to cut the darkness. Or turn his back on them, ride south, become something else. A lord, a king, a beggar, a ghost. He saw for a flickering instant himself choosing the first. Years of hard work and harder winters. Wildlings and kneeling black brothers drilling side by side in the yard. Ghost pacing the wall walks. Giants marching under the archway with tree trunks over their shoulders. A final stand upon the wall. White walkers swarming up the ice. Dragons wheeling overhead. Fire and ice screaming together. Victory, perhaps. Or a death so complete the world itself forgot the names of the men who'd held the line. He saw himself choose the other path as well. The yard empty behind him. The wall dwindling in the distance. Winterfell's towers rising ahead. The weight of a different duty settling upon his shoulders. A different war waiting beyond it. The visions hurt his head. He shut his eyes against them, but they burned on the inside of his skull. Lord Commander, Ed whispered near his shoulder. What do we do? John opened his eyes. The forge had not gone away. It lived now behind his sight, every choice a spark, every path a hiss of heated metal plunged into water. That was the thing that frightened him most. Not the idea that some great power had meddled with his fate, not even the half-remembered sense of having died 100 times, but this, that every future he might take seemed real. Every destiny they tried to force upon me. You heard me, he said, and his voice did not shake. Those who will stand with me, stay. Those who want, go. When the sun rises, I will count the men who remain. And with them, I will do what I can to hold the darkness back. Moon. Owen Marsh made a strangled sound. You cannot mean to forgive this. To forgive us. Forgive? John looked at him until the older man flinched and dropped his gaze. No, I don't forgive you. But I won't waste men we may yet need to man the wall. You will live with what you did, until something worse than regret finds you. Some of the brothers shivered then, though the wind had not risen. When dawn bled up over the eastern horizon, painting the ice-blue wall in soft pink and pale gold, there were fewer men in the yard. A dozen had gone, slipping away into the gray before first light. Maybe they would die in snowdrifts, or find their way to some village in the Gift and disappear into farmers' work. Maybe they'd head south and take the black again under false names at the Shadow Tower or Eastwatch, if those still stood by the time winter finished with the world. It did not matter. They were threads cut. The men who remained looked at John with something like awe, something like fear. Ghost sat at his side, tongue lolling, red eyes sharp. John felt the decision he'd made settling around him like a cloak. Stay. Forge this broken brotherhood into something harder and sharper. Be the Lord Commander who did not run from the wall, even when the South called his blood back to stone and family. This is one way it could be, he thought. The thought came with the certainty of knowledge, as if he'd already lived it. John saw himself overseeing the repair of towers and gates, the drilling of men who'd never lifted sword or spear in anger. He saw parley after parley with Mance Raider's fractured host, new leaders rising among the free folk, old grudges melting slower than snow on stone. He saw ravens flying south with desperate pleas for aid, and ravens returning with polite refusals, with empty promises, with no answers at all. He saw the first White Walker in daylight, pale and cold and beautiful as frost upon glass, its sword of ice singing as it cleaved through steel. He saw men die. He saw wildlings stand shoulder to shoulder with black brothers upon the wall, their arrows blotting out the gray sky. He saw giants fall screaming from the ice, mammoths crashing against the gate, whites swarming like ants. He saw himself atop the wall at the last, Longclaw in his hand, Ghost a silent white shadow at his side, his breath pluming in the air as he faced down a figure crowned with jagged blue ice. He saw their swords meet, black steel and frozen crystal, the impact shattering both and sending cracks racing out through ice and stone and sky alike. The crack became a roar. The world split. John shuddered and grabbed at the nearest solid thing. His gloved fingers closed on rough wood. When he blinked against the sudden sting of light, Castle Black was gone. He stood in the great hall of Winterfell. It was as he had always imagined it during those long boyhood years at the wall. Banners hung from the rafters, the direwolf of House Stark rippling faintly in the draft, torches flaring along stone walls, worn smooth by centuries of hands. The chill of the north lay in the air, but fires blazed in the hearths, and the smells were thick and real. Roasted meat, spilled ale, wet wool, and sweat and smoke. Hundreds of eyes were on him. He stood at the high table, not in his accustomed place half a step behind Rob's empty chair, but at the head of it. A sword lay before him, point toward the rushes, hilt within easy reach. When he glanced down, he saw it was not Longclaw but some other blade. No wolf's head pommel, no familiar ripples, but a stark, plain longsword, its grip bound in dark leather worn by another's hand. Beside it sat a circlet of rough iron and dark wood. Carved into the wood were tiny direwolves, leaping through stylized snows. "The King in the North!" someone roared, voice hoarse with fervor. It rose from the hall like a storm. Men pounded fists on tables, slammed tankards, shouted until their faces flushed red. Women raised their voices too, shrill over the bass roar. "The King in the North! The King in the North!" John felt the weight of the crown before he touched it. It pressed on his shoulders like mail soaked in river water, like freshly forged steel not yet hammered thin. His heart stuttered. This is another way, the thought came. Sansa sat to his right, her hair the color of rich auburn ale in the firelight, eyes watching him with something cautious and bright. On his left, Davos Seaworth leaned forward, face lined, expression grave. Farther down the table, Lyanna Mormont's fierce little face shone with stubborn pride. Behind her, great lords and petty Karstarks and Glovers and Manderlys, men who had once knelt to Robb now bent their oaths another time. Their king, their choice, the memory, or was it a memory, unfurled in his mind like a banner. He saw the Battle of the Bastards as if watching himself from some impossible vantage. The snow-choked field, the line of Bolton shields, Ramsay's cruel smirk. He saw himself charge alone, foolish and wild, death galloping down upon him like a wall of hooves and steel. He saw the crush, the suffocating press of bodies, the air torn from his lungs. Then the Knights of the Vale sweeping in, Sansa's face hard as ice as she watched Ramsay die. He saw Winterfell taken back, the direwolf raised above its walls once more. In that hall, he heard the first boy shout it, small voice cutting through the murmur. The king in the north. Others had taken it up, their need for a Stark king greater than their careful memory of his bastardy. He had tried to refuse. In that version, he remembered himself saying, "I am no Stark, only for Lyanna Mormont to stand and shame them all by naming him as one in all but name." He remembered Sansa's quiet, guarded smile. He remembered the weight of their eyes, their hopes. The crown had come to him whether he stretched out his hands for it or not. Here, in this hall now, he had already taken it. Jon looked down at his hands. Calloused fingers, dark hairs on the back of them. A faint white line across one knuckle from where Ghost had nipped him as a pup. The hands of the boy from Winterfell, of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, of the man standing in 10 different destinies at once. "Your metal is strange," the Knot voice had said. "Many fires have kissed you. Your grace?" Davos' voice cut through the roar of the hall. They're waiting for him to speak, to command, to promise. Jon swallowed. "We have taken back our home," he said, and the hall quieted somewhat. His voice sounded older in his ears, harsher. "We have driven out the Boltons, avenged the Red Wedding, answered a part of the cruelty that tore this land apart. We have done what we could for our dead." Faces flickered before his inner eye. Robb, Catelyn, Rickon, men had drilled in Castle Black's yard. Girls had never known south of the Neck. But this is not the end. Winter is coming still. The snow does not care whose banner flies above Winterfell. The dead do not care whose crown sits upon my head. No. The Boltons are dead, one lord called. The phrase humbled. The Lannisters grow weaker by the year. This is our time, your grace. The North remembers. The North will die if we spend our strength looking south, Jon cut in, sharper than he intended. I have seen the army of the dead. On the fist of the first men. At Hard Home. They are not stories. They are not children's tales meant to scare us into our beds. They are coming. Every man, woman, child they kill rises to swell their ranks. You would match swords and spears against that? You would squander lives fighting over crowns when the cold will fell us all. Nani, Kaing, Gantile. Phew. A murmur rose, uneasy, resentful. Jon saw doubt in their eyes, saw calculation. In some of them he saw something else, the old hunger for southern recognition, for revenge against those who'd wronged them. The idea of marching south with a northern king's banner tore at them like a sweet poison, bright and deadly. He had lived this argument before. He knew where it led. In one shape of the future, he bent his pride and went south to Dragonstone. Knelt before a dragon queen, convinced her of the threat beyond the wall. They flew north together on living fire. The dead were beaten back at staggering cost. The wall fell all the same. King's Landing burned at the last, the city screaming beneath dragon flame. A knife in the dark ended that war. A knife held by a hand he loved. In another, he refused to kneel. Held stubborn to the North's independence, would not trade titles for aid. The queen came anyway, or another did in her place, but too late. Winterfell fell beneath blue-eyed dead. The North died with its pride intact, and the world after was a silent white expanse, broken only by the crunch of ice. He tasted both futures on his tongue like two different flavors of ash. "What would you have us do, then?" Sansa asked quietly beside him. Her voice carried more cleanly than the men's shouting, cut through their noise like an arrow through fog. "If not march south, if not answer treachery with steel." Jon looked at her. Her eyes were not the bright, trusting things he remembered from their Winterfell childhood. They held knives now, and shadows. She had seen too much, suffered too much. To be the sweet girl who had once dreamt of golden-haired princes, she knew what the world was. She knew what men could do. He thought of another Sansa, in another hall, standing before him with parchment in her hands, telling him the truth of his birth. Of another, walking through King's Landing's rebuilt streets, a young boy at her side whose hair curled dark as his, but whose eyes were sky blue. So many lives, so many roads. "Build," Jon said. The word surprised even him. "Dig, guy. Harvest what we can. Call back every man who can lift a spear to the north. Open our gates to any who will fight. Refugees, criminals, small folk fleeing war. Put a spear in their hands and teach them which end goes into the dead. We will hold here." "Nah, hold," muttered Lord Glover sullen. "While Cersei Lannister sits the Iron Throne unchallenged, while she starves us of grain and coin, while she laughs at our fear of children's tales. If she refuses us aid, if she threatens our people, then she is no queen of ours," Jon said. "Let her sit her throne of swords and cling to her power. Let the lions and roses and stags tear one another apart. When the dead come, their iron chair will not warm them." Aye, and she... It was the same choice, in another guise. Stay at the wall and die with a handful of black brothers, or pull the north in tight around him and stand there. In one version, he had chosen alliance, gone south, and entangled himself in dragons and prophecies and madness. In this one, he chose the other main road. He felt the decision settle like cooled steel. For a time it seemed to work. The seasons sped by him, time turning strange. Snow deepened around Winterfell's walls, buried outbuildings, swallowed roads. Men arrived in ragged columns, farmers fleeing burned villages, deserters from southern wars, women with children clinging to their skirts. Sansa managed to keep with cool precision, turning famine aside with careful rationing and sharp bargaining. Davos sent out riders to gather grain, timber, salt. Jon trained anyone who could lift a sword. He drilled boys in the yard, women on the battlements, old men in the godswood. He opened Winterfell's armory to wildlings. Tormund Giantsbane's red beard appeared at the head of a ragged column of free folk, and his booming laughter filled the hall as if it had always belonged there. They watched the skies, waited for ravens from the south. Some came. Mostly they spoke of other wars. Dragons at sea, black sails in the narrow sea, Dorne in revolt, the Reach burning. Sometimes they did not come at all. The dead came. When the first white host slammed against the northernmost holdfasts, the reports were confused, scared. Men spoke of corpses walking, of blue light in dead eyes, of cold that flayed exposed flesh from bone. Houses that had not answered Jon's call burned or went silent. The North's proud independence turned on them like a trap. Winterfell became an island in a white sea. Jon stood once again on a wall of stone, Longclaw in his hand, watching an army of the dead come on in silence. There were no drums, no horns, no shouted oaths. Only the crunch of snow beneath 100,000 rotting feet. He killed until his arm numbed, until Longclaw's hilt stuck to his palm with frozen blood. He saw giants breaking apart under volleys of dragon glass-tipped arrows. Saw children trying to lift spears too heavy for their hands. He watched as men who fell to the dead's blades rose again with ice in their eyes. The Night King came on foot this time, without the shadow of a dead dragon beneath him. Jon met him in the courtyard of Winterfell, snow swirling around them in mad eddies, flame guttering from oil-soaked trenches. Steel met ice. For a heartbeat, Jon thought he'd cut the creature in half. His sword rang and rebounded. The thing's single gesture shattered shields, tore battlements down, flung screaming men against stone. In the end, it was not a hero's stroke that saved Winterfell in that path, but fire. Wildfire, old treacherous. Davos and Sansa had ordered it carted north under cover of false grain shipments, a desperate gamble whispered of only in the quietest corners. Barrels hidden in tunnels beneath the godswood, beneath the walls, beneath the very courtyard where Jon fought. As the Night King reached toward him, blue fingers closing like a vice on the air, Jon heard Sansa's voice in his ear, hard and cold. If we cannot win, we must deny them what they want. He saw her hand drop, far above, saw the torch fall. The world became green fire. Winterfell died screaming. Stone flew like shattered ice. Men were there one moment and gone the next, replaced by twisting shadows, flailing shapes, the sound of things bursting in heat too intense to name. The Night King vanished in the blast, torn apart into 1,000 shards of blue ice that melted even as they flew. Jon felt himself lifted, tossed, seared. He burned. As he burned, he saw other cities burn. King's Landing under Dragonflame, the Twins under storm and flood, Old Town drowning in a wave of black water. He saw himself die beneath each fire, in each river, on every blade. He saw the world itself crack like iron driven too fast, too hard into cold water. The forge roared in his ears. He came back to the glass plane screaming. The sound tore out of him like a thing with claws. He dropped to his knees. His hands left smears on the dark surface. Blood, ash, something more intangible. His lungs dragged in air that was not air, that tasted of old smoke and old snow. "You see now," said the Knot Man, standing once more before him. Jon lifted his head. His throat felt raw. His body was whole again. No burns, no fractures. Only the memory of them, etched into his bones like fault lines. "I see. Nothing," he rasped. "One choice, then another. I stay, the world burns. I go, the world burns. I take their crowns, I refuse them. It all ends in fire and ice." "Yes," the voices said, soft with things that were not pity. "Because every path is a hammer blow. None are the final shape. The metal is not yet right." "Men. Amenna. I am not your metal," Jon snarled. The words came from someplace deeper than anger, nearer to despair. "I am a man. I am my father's son." "Which father?" the figure asked. Shapes rippled through it. Ned's hard gray eyes, Rhaegar's fine-boned face, Benjen's quiet smile, Mance Rayder's laughter. "You are the blood of winter and the blood of fire. You are snow and dragon both. Did you think that meant nothing? Did you think the songs were for other men? I care nothing for songs. And yet they care for you." The plane shook. Images burst around them like sparks. Jon crowned in the south, black-haired, looking out over King's Landing sea of rooftops. Jon upon a dragon's back, the world a blur of wind and cloud. Jon crowned in black ice, eyes pale blue. Jon walking away from all thrones, all walls, disappearing into a ship's shadow. Jon kneeling in the godswood before a strange glowing tree. Possibilities, destinies, roads. "They will come for you," the Knot Man said. "The Red Woman with her flames, the Dragon Queen with her fire, the Lion Queen with her lies, the dead with their silence, your wolf with his loyalty, your sisters with their wounds. Each will tug you toward a different end. You have walked some of those ends already. In shadows, you will walk. Until the metal sings right." "Right for whom?" Jon whispered. "For you? For the gods squabbling over this world like dogs over a bone?" "For the world," the thing said simply. "It cannot bear all these endings at once. It will break if forced to. There must be a last choice, a last shape." "No, I won't be your sword. You will be the forge itself." The words hung between them, incomprehensible. Jon shook his head. "I don't understand." "You will." The Knot Man lifted a hand, or what passed for one. Threads rose from the dark plain around Jon's knees, gossamer and glimmering. Thousands of them. Some were thin as hair, others thick as ship's rope. They passed through his arms, his chest, his skull, as if he were mist. Each carried images, tastes, whole lives compressed into a heartbeat. Every destiny they try to hang on you. Every choice they would force upon you in the name of gods or honor or love. You will bear them. You will let them burn through you. And at the last, you will choose for yourself. How? The question tore out of him. How do I choose different? Every path I walked ended the same. You kept the shape they offered you. Lord Commander, King in the North, Warden of the Wall. You let their hands close about your throat and called it duty. Next, you will take other names. Dragon, perhaps. Villain Doti. Monster. Savior. Then others still. In all of them you will learn. What breaks? What bends? What endures? When the time comes, you will stand where no man has stood before and decide what the story is. Nay, I never wanted any story, John said. His voice broke on it. I wanted to be my father's son, to stand in the yard at Winterfell and hear him say I did well, to keep my brothers safe, to lie down someday next to a woman I loved, and know the world would go on without me. That, too, is a story, the Knot Man said, almost kindly. No man escapes them. The threads tightened. They flooded him like cold water. John gasped as lives poured through him. Not lived, not yet, but possible, each one trying to claim his bones. He saw himself bending knee on Dragonstow's black shores. Saw himself refusing and losing half the world's strength. Saw himself riding Viserion, his heart beaten into something hard and bright and cruel by loss. Saw himself taking the Iron Throne in blood, his hair silvering over years of rule. Saw himself kneeling before his allies so that they would live and hating himself for it. He saw himself pierced by an icy spear beyond the wall, dragged down into cold that never ended, rising with blue fire in his eyes. He saw himself crowned in drifting snow, dead marching behind him, living running before. He saw cities crumble beneath his silence. He saw himself turning away from all of it, dropping sword and crown alike, walking into the haunted forest with Ghost at his side and never looking back. Becoming a story the way old wildling chiefs had, half man, half wolf, a thing parents whispered of to frighten children who would never see the wall. Every destiny the world tried to force on him. Every hand, every crown, every chain. He screamed and fell through them. He rose and fell 100 times, each life a hammer blow. King, corpse, exile, monster, lover, murderer, martyr, ghost. He watched his sisters die in a dozen different ways and live in a dozen more. He watched Dany burn cities, watched her pulled down, watched her spared. He saw Bran seated on a throne carved from living wood, the whole world's memory in his blank gaze. He saw Bran die at Winterfell's gates, an arrow through his throat. He saw the Night King fall to Valyrian steel, to dragonglass, to wildfire, to nothing at all as the world froze around him. With every vision, with every path, something in him hardened. Not into ice nor into simple steel, but into something stranger, more resilient, into understanding. They will always choose for me, he realized, unless I refuse to be chosen. When next he came back to himself, he lay on cold stone. He smelled salt. John blinked against sunlight, squinting up at a sky that was not the hard pale bowl of the north, but a softer southern blue, streaked with high white clouds. Wind tugged at his hair. He rolled onto his side and spat sand from his mouth. He was on a beach of black pebbles. The sea crashed against them in slow, heavy waves, green and white and cold. Before him rose a great island of stone, sharp and forbidding. A dragon's skull turned into a fortress. Steps carved into volcanic rock climbed toward a keep perched high above the water, its towers clawing at the sky. Dragonstone. He knew it before he saw the dragon carved into the great stair, before he saw the men in gray armor waiting atop the beach, spears in hand, before the woman descended from the heights, her cloak snapping in the sea wind, silver hair whipping around a face he'd seen burn and weep and smile in so many futures that looking at her now felt like looking into a mirror full of ghosts. Daenerys Targaryen. In some lives, he loved her. In others, he killed her. In still others, they passed each other like ships in the night, never meeting at all. Here now, they walked toward one another for the first time. He felt the crown of the North heavy on his invisible head, felt the dead pressing at his back, felt the forge's heat beneath his skin. You are the metal. Be the forge. He did not go to his knees. The choice shocked him with its simplicity. In every other version he had seen, he'd gone to Dragonstone either resolved to bend or resolved not to. Either he knelt and wagered his pride against the lives of his people, or he stood straight and dared her wrath. Two roads, two easy shapes. He took neither. When he reached the point where the surf spray dampened his boots and the Dragon Queen stopped some yards away, bracketed by Unsullied and advisors, he planted his feet in the black sand and bowed his head once, just once. Respect, not submission. Your grace, he said. Her violet eyes flicked over him. Cold fire. King in the North. If they wish to call me that, Jon said. I did not seek it. My people chose me because no one else remained. Me. In my country, said the small man beside her, the one who had once been a Lannister, in another life shorter and less scarred, we call that a strong qualification. Daenerys' mouth almost twitched. Almost. You stand on Dragonstone, she said, voice echoing against the cliffs. Island of my birth, seat of House Targaryen before the conquest. My home, taken from my family by rebels and usurpers. You come without banners, without army, without heralds. What is it you want from me, Jon Snow? Everything, he said. The word left his mouth before he could soften it. Her brows lifted. Everything, the imp repeated. That's somewhat ambitious for a guest who refused to kneel. Jon met Daenerys' gaze and held it. I want your hatred, your pride, your dragons. The words spilled out, shaped less by his mouth than by something deeper. I want your fear of losing what you have clawed back from the world. I want your desire to break the wheel that ground your family to bits. I want your loyalty and your doubt and your rage. I want you so bound up in this that you cannot walk away when it begins. My dear. Her eyes went very still. That is a bold way to ask for aid, she said softly. I am not asking, Jon said. I am telling you the truth. There is a storm coming for all of us. Not a southern war. Not one more turn of the game you've been playing since your father first sat a chair of swords. The dead are coming, Daenerys Targaryen. They will not stop at the neck. They will not respect your claim or mine. They do not care that you have suffered. They do not care that I have died. They want the world. All of it. No. Nada. In some of these paths you've seen, Tyrion said carefully, eyes narrowed in thought. You came asking for dragonglass and men, and offered your loyalty in return. In others, you refused and lost her aid. In others still, you never came at all. Tell me, Jon Snow, what makes this path different? Jon looked at him sharply. You know? I know enough. The MP's smile was bitter. Bran Stark has been seeing strange things in the roots of trees. Red women mutter of kings in the snow. And you stand here as if you have died 100 times and keep forgetting to stay dead. A man would have to be a fool not to notice the shape of the pattern. I am many things, but rarely a fool. None. Daenerys' gaze sharpened. You speak of the future as if you have seen it, Jon Snow. I've seen enough to know that every time I take the shape the world wants from me, it ends the same, Jon said. You burning cities to stop this wheel you hate. Me killing you to try and stop another sort of burning. Or me kneeling and losing half the strength we need because men cannot see past their honor. Or me staying in the north and letting the dead roll over everything because I'm too proud to come begging to a foreign queen. Threads, each as strong as the next, each fraying. Manchi, Nyamdar Meng, Ho. And now? She asked. Now I won't be your king, or your servant. or your assassin, or your sacrifice." John drew breath, tasting salt and smoke and dragon. The forge beat under his ribs. "I will be your equal, or I will be your enemy. But I will not be another pretty piece on the board you are breaking." Silence fell heavy as snow. Waves crashed. The dragons cried out on the heights above, their voices tearing through the air like jagged lightning. The gulls wheeled away, startled to silence. Daenerys' jaw clenched once. "I crossed a desert in chains," she said slowly. "I walked into a city of slavers with 3 dead stones and no army. I bled for every brick of what I have. You would dare speak to me of equality? You, who were raised in a lord's castle, who wore a sword at 13, who had brothers and a father to teach you the ways of power, even if they denied you their name." "Yes," Jon said simply. "Because I am the one who stood on a wall of ice and watched the dead march. Because I am the one your red woman dragged back from beyond when she could have chosen any man. Because I am the one the gods, whatever they are, have been throwing at every ending they can find to see what happens." "You sound mad," she said. "I probably am." He smiled, a small, worn thing. It surprised him how light it felt. "Madness runs in my family," she said, and for the first time there was a sliver of something like humor in her eyes. "What is it you propose then, Jon Snow? If not kneeling, if not refusing?" "Nah." He spread his hands. "Forge," he said. "You and me, your dragons my north. The Red Woman's fire, Bran's sight, Sansa's cunning, Tyrion's wit, Arya's knives, Davos' stubbornness, Tormund's savagery. Every piece the world keeps trying to use on its board, we take them all. We melt them down. We make something that has never been before. No queen above all. No king holding." "And who rules?" Tyrion asked. "Someone must, or we fall to squabbling among ourselves while the dead wait politely for our votes." Jon thought of Bran, of the boy who was no longer a boy, whose eyes held winters unseen and histories unwritten. Thought of how easy it was, in so many futures, to put such a creature upon a throne and call the work done. To say, "There, we have wisdom now, we are safe." "No one," he said, "and everyone. A throne is just a chair with sharp edges. Let those who survive this war sit on something else. Let them argue. Let them compromise. Let them be forced to look one another in the eye when they decide which villages burn and which live." "Nor." Daenerys stared at him. "And if I refuse?" she asked at last. Jon met her gaze. "Then one of us will kill the other," he said. "In some place I have already half seen, and the world will spin on, and the dead will come, and some child unborn will bear the burden we set down. I am done leaving that for them." He saw it then, quite clearly. One more loop. One more path where he begged her, where she listened halfway, where King's Landing burned all the same. One more where he plunged a knife into her heart in a dark throne room while her last dragon screamed outside in the ash-choked sky. One more where he stayed her hand and let another city burn instead. He refused them all. Something broke in the air between them. Not a sound exactly, but a pressure, a tension. The weight of so many threads pulling in so many directions. Daenerys closed her eyes once, briefly. When she opened them, they were wet. "All my life," she said, "men have told me what I must be. Dragon, mother, mother, queen, breaker of chains. They've named me for what they needed, and then recoiled when I took those names and bent them to my will. You come here and tell me I am one more piece on a board the gods are playing at. That I am to be your ore, to be melted down and hammered into something new. Why should I accept that? Yo. Because you hate the wheel," Jon said quietly. "This is a way to break it without burning the world to cinders. Because you are tired. Because you want something that has never yet been offered to you." He searched for the word, found it on his own tongue, foreign as a southern wine. A life, not a sentence. She flinched as if he'd struck her. The dragon screamed again above. Wind tugged at her hair and cloak. Her hand rose, almost unconsciously, to rest over her heart, as if testing whether it still beat. "I will consider your mad counsel," she said finally. "But know this, Jon Snow. If you mean to bind me with chains made of guilt and visions, you will find them no better than iron. I will not be a slave to your future any more than to my past." "I don't want you a slave," Jon said. "I want you free, enough to choose something besides the endings other people put in your mouth." Now, their eyes held. In the glass place beneath everything, the knot man watched with its blank face. Threads glowed and went dark. Paths closed. Others opened. 1,000 destinies twisted around the man standing on the black beach shore. He would still go north. He would still stand upon the wall. He would still face the dead. But he would do so now as something the world had never entirely known how to deal with. A man who had seen his own story 100 ways and decided to write another. The endings did not vanish. In some corner of possibility, he still died a king. In another, he still rose a monster. In another, he vanished into legend beyond the wall. All those Echo Johns still walked their roads, lived their lives, began and ended. But they were echoes now. Reflections. This Jon walked knowing they were there, feeling them like a subtle weight at the back of his thoughts. In the long nights between battles, he could close his eyes and find them. Jon the Night's King, sitting upon a frozen throne, feeling the emptiness gnaw at him, until he shattered his own crown and let the dead lie down. Jon the Burned King, wandering the blackened ruins of King's Landing with ash in his hair, laying down his scepter and walking into the countryside to mend what he could with his hands. Jon the Ghost in the haunted forest, teaching wildling children to shoot and telling them stories of a world that could have been worse. He treated them not as fates he had escaped, nor as nightmares, but as lessons. From the king who had ruled only by fear, he learned where to stop. From the man who had knelt too easily, he learned when to stand. From the Night's King, he learned the lure of cold simplicity and how to resist its promise of no more pain. Bran watched him sometimes with his strange, sightless gaze, the weirwood's leaves whispering secrets Jon could not hear. Arya came and went like a knife's flash, eyes measuring, never quite sure whether the brother she knew still lived behind this man's worn face. Sansa learned to share power rather than hoard it, balancing the North's needs against a wider world Jon carried in his head like a second sky. In the end, when the dead came again, because they always came, in every story, they found not a single king standing alone, but a web. Dragons in the sky, not to burn cities, but to melt ice and carve fire breaks in the snow. Wildlings and Northerners and Dornishmen and Ironborn standing shoulder to shoulder in armor that looked wrong together and worked anyway. A council of hard-eyed survivors in a tent lit by flickering lamps, arguing furiously over whose soldiers would hold which line, who would retreat when, how they'd signal if the dragons fell. No one above all, no one below all. The Night King came as he always did, silent, implacable, a spear of winter aimed at the world's beating heart. This time, when he raised his arms to call the dead to him, he found some did not answer. Not because they had been burned, not because they had been shattered, but because in some quiet place beyond his notice, a boy had grown into a tree and learned how to say no. Roots tangled with threads. Threads glowed. Some of the whites simply lay down, their rest long overdue. Others turned on one another, confused, their stolen purpose fraying. Jon met the Night King not on a wall of ice nor in a burning courtyard, but in a wide, windswept valley where winter and spring met in a thin, ragged line. Behind him stood no army. They were scattered along the ridges, holding back the dead's flanks. He had not sought this confrontation, but when it came, he did not flinch. He walked forward, long claw on his back, no crown on his head, no sigil on his breast save a plain black surcoat. "You are an ending," he said to the creature made of cold. His breath smoked in the air between them. "That is all you know how to be." The thing said nothing. Snow swirled lazily around it. Its eyes burned blue. "You want stillness," John said. "The world's too loud, too full of choices, of stories." "I understand." He thought of nights at the wall when the wind was the only sound, when the idea of leaving all this tangled mess of lives behind and simply vanishing into snow had been as tempting as a soft bed. But there are other ways to quiet the noise than killing every singer. The Night King tilted his head, bird-like, as if bemused by the sound of his voice. It lifted a hand. Threads tightened. In 100 other endings, John rushed forward then, sword bared, courage his only armor. In some, he won. In others, he shattered. In all, the world paid some hideous price. He did not move. He closed his eyes instead. Behind them, he saw all the other Johns, all the other lives. King and corpse, monster and martyr, Lord Commander and deserter. Each of them burning on the forge's anvil, each hammered into a different shape. He did not reject them. He did not cling to one and deny the rest. He took them all in, all at once. Let their pain and their love and their hard-earned lessons fill him until he thought his ribs would crack. He became, for a breath, every Jon Snow that had ever almost been. The metal sang. When he opened his eyes, the Night King hesitated. Just a flicker. A heartbeat. It was enough. Jon walked forward not as a king, not as a chosen one, not as a sacrificial lamb, but as a man who had seen every way this could go wrong and chosen, obstinately, to believe in a way it might go right. He did not draw a long claw. He reached out and took the Night King's outstretched hand in his own. Cold screamed up his arm. Fire answered from somewhere deep in his bones, from old dragon blood and older magic, from a forge that was not a place but a process. The two met in him. Ice and fire, winter and summer, silence and song. All the contradictions the world had never known what to do with. They all poured through his grasp. It should have killed him. In most worlds it did. In this one, his hand held. He remembered what it was to be that creature. The crushing relief of stillness, the absence of pain, the clear, simple directive of a race. He remembered what it was to be a terrified man standing on a wall of ice watching death approach. He remembered what it was to be a queen with dragons and a heart full of righteous rage. He remembered what it was to be a girl with a sword and a list of names, a boy in a wheelchair who saw too much, a woman who had survived 100 abusers and learned to smile with knives inside her cheeks. He remembered all of them and refused to let any one thing drown the others. "No," he said into the cold. The word cracked like a hammer on steel. The Night King shuddered. Not outwardly. Its icy face did not change. But in the place where its will met the world's, something slipped. It had never been told no by anything that mattered. It had only ever moved forward as winter does, as time does. Threads tangled in its frozen heart. Behind it, the dead faltered. Some stopped. A few turned away entirely, drawn toward the trees where Bran waited with his roots deep and his eyes deeper still. Somewhere far to the south, a girl with a dagger made of Valyrian steel felt her hand move in a way that had once killed this thing, and this time drove the blade into another throat entirely, that of a man who would have lit a city on fire in the name of mercy. The world rearranged itself around that single nobody why. The Night King tried to pull away. Jon held on. He did not have power. Not the way sorcerers and dragons and children of the forest did. He had only his stubborn refusal to be what the world wanted of him. It proved enough. The thing cracked. Not like glass, but like a frozen river in spring. Lines of not light spider webbed through its body. For a heartbeat, Jon saw a man there. A man taken from his life and shoved into a purpose too big for him, twisted by it into something unrecognizable. "I'm sorry," Jon whispered. For himself, for this creature, for every version of him that had died screaming at its hands. The Night King shattered. Not in a spray of shards, not in a triumphant explosion of ice. It simply fell apart. Its pieces drifted down as snow, each flake landing soft and still on the churned, bloody ground. The light faded from its eyes, not in a flare but in a sigh. All across the valley the dead fell. Some crumbled to dust. Some lay down whole, their stolen motion gone, their bones finally at rest. In the south, a dragon shrieked and wheeled and then landed, exhausted. Its eyes no longer the empty blue of stolen life, but molten gold. In 100,000 small corners of the world, things that had been moving on their own for too long simply stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than any roar. John swayed. The forge had never burned so hot in him. He felt emptied out, poured into a mold he had not seen the shape of until this moment. He had not slain a monster. He had not taken its place. He had done something smaller and stranger, denied it the final say. The world did not end. It did not suddenly become kind. Men still betrayed. Women still bled. Children still starved. The years after that valley were as full of squabbles and sorrows as any before. The council he and Daenerys and Tyrion and Sansa hammered into being was messy, loud, irritating. Sometimes it seemed a mockery of the grand, noble vision he'd thrown at the Dragon Queen on that bleak shore. But no one sat a throne of swords and called themselves the only voice that mattered. No one carried a crown as if it were their birthright alone. When wars came, and they did because men were men, they were shorter, smaller. Nobody had the leisure to pretend the dead were a myth again. There were too many people living who remembered otherwise. As for Jon, he did not reign. He did not die young, nor old. He did not vanish entirely, nor settle into some quiet corner to grow fat and forgetful. He became instead a sort of rumor. Some said they'd seen him in the far north, riding with wildlings, ghost at his side, watching the slowly regrowing wall with a wary eye. Others claimed he'd been in the Stepstones, putting down a slaver lord with a sword that glowed faintly in starlight. A Lyseni whore swore she'd seen him in her city once, sitting at a dockside tavern with a dwarf and a woman whose hair was silver and whose laugh sounded like breaking chains. Children played at being him in Winterfell's yard, half their games ending with them shouting "No!" at one another and collapsing in giggles. In the Godswood, Bran sat with weirwood roots tangled around his ankles and watched his brother walk 1,000 roads at once. In the Weirnet of the world, the echoes of all the other Johns, all the other lives, faded slowly, not to nothing, to something gentler. They became warnings, stories told in the quiet spaces of that green memory. Once, there was a man who took every choice laid upon him as if it were the only one, and the world burned for it. Once, there was a man who refused every crown and watched as others took them and did worse. Once, there was a man who walked into the snow and never came out because it was easier than choosing. Once, there was a man who said no. In the glass plain that was not a place, the forge cooled. The Knot Man stood alone upon it, cloak whispering around its unshaped form. Threads that had once glowed white-hot now shimmered faintly, calm. The anvil of the world's need lay quiet for the first time in an age. Metal, the many voices murmured. Strange metal, well forged. It did not smile. It did not weep. It simply watched as one man walked away from every destiny that had ever tried to claim him, and into something much harder, much simpler, and far rarer. A life that was his own. Bing, that gay. The first time they tried to crown him after the war, Jon Snow laughed. It startled them. Lords and ladies stood in the half-ruined throne room that was no longer a throne room, ash still clinging to the high stone ribs of the hall. Glass melted into strange runnels around the spot where the Iron Throne had once risen, like some jagged idol. Sunlight slanted through broken windows, catching motes of dust and soot. 100 eyes watched him, hard, suspicious, hopeful, calculating. The Iron Throne was gone. Jon had insisted on that before he agreed to come south at all. They had not melted it in dragonfire, nor shattered it with hammers, nor toppled it in some grand spectacle. Daenerys had given him the simple courtesy of asking first. "What will you do with it?" she had asked in the smoke-wreathed hall 3 days after the battle in the valley, when the dead were still being burned in great pyres up and down the riverlands, and ravens flew like storm clouds. She'd stood where the throne had once loomed, boot nudging a twisted length of steel that had fallen from it like a shed tooth. He'd stood opposite, feeling ghosts crowd the space. Aerys with his wild eyes, Robert in his fat glory, Joffrey with his pinched cruelty, Tommen too small and kind for it, Cersei in her armored dress. "Leave it," Jon had said. Davos had blinked. "Leave it? Your Grace. I am not king," Jon had said, the words more reflex than conviction. He'd pressed on anyway. Let it stand. Empty. Let every man and woman who comes into this hall see it rust and sag. Let it be a warning, not a prize. No. Daenerys had studied him for a long moment. The only sound the distant clank of chains as workmen cleared rubble. "And if someone sits it anyway?" she had asked eventually. "Then they show us who they are," Jon had said, "and we'll know what to do with them." Now, weeks later, the throne still stood, a sullen hulk of fused blades and stunted edges at the far end of the hall. It leaned slightly to one side where stone had shifted beneath it. Its shadow no longer ruled the chamber. Men and women did. Lord Glover, gray-bearded and broad, stepped forward, a circlet cradled in his big hands. It was not iron and swords, nothing so grand. Plain beaten silver, chased with wolves and dragons looping one another in an endless chase. "Jon Snow," he said, voice carrying in the half-ruined space, "we name you King of Men. North and south, east and west, you have defeated the dead, you have broken the winter, you have—" Jon laughed. It burst out of him without warning. Not the wild, hopeless laughter of a man who has nothing left, nor the bitter bark he'd sometimes given at Castle Black when Ed or Gren said something stupid. This was quiet, amazed, and edged with something that might have been exhaustion. "King of Men?" he repeated when he could speak. A murmur of offense rippled through the crowd. Lord Glover reddened. "It is no jest," he growled. "There must be one above all, else we fall to quarreling and wasting the peace you paid for with blood. Call yourself what you will, High King, Protector, Lord of Lords. But someone must know." Jon's voice was soft, but it cut through the gathering noise like a knife. He walked down from the low dais where he'd been standing not far from the broken steps that had once led to the throne. Ghost padded at his heels, white against the sooty floor. The direwolf's red gaze drifted over the gathered nobles with mild disinterest, as if they were rabbits arguing over which of them would be eaten first. "No," Jon said again, stopping before Glover. "I won't wear that." "The crown or the title?" Tyrion asked dryly from the cluster of advisors near Daenerys. "I suspect you mean both, but one must be sure. Clarity is important in these things." Jon glanced at him. The dwarf's clothes hung a bit loosely. He'd lost weight over the long campaign. Scars he hadn't noticed before stood out more sharply on Tyrion's face. Fine pale lines at the corner of his mouth. Deeper grooves around his eyes. "The world has had kings enough," Jon said. "And queens." His eyes flicked briefly to Daenerys, who stood with arms folded, expression unreadable. "Look where it's got us. Piles of bodies. Cities burned. A throne made of broken swords. It had dead things enough too," muttered a lord of the Reach whose name Jon half remembered. "You seem to have cured that. You might do as much for the rest." "It's not cured," Jon said. He thought of Bran among the roots, of the way the weirwoods whispered now more loudly than they ever had, of old magic stirring like bears after long sleep. "We pushed it back. We changed it. That's different. You don't cure winter. You live through it." He turned back to the room at large. "I am not king," he said a third time. It felt less like denial now, and more like a shaping. I won't sit your throne, not that one. He jerked his head toward the hulk of iron. Nor any you build fresh. I won't be your only voice. There must be order, protested a Tyrol cousin, florid and anxious. The realm must know whom to obey. Men only unite under a single banner. Men united under many banners to fight the dead, John said. We had more crowns in this war than I could count. It nearly killed us, but we did it. I'm not saying we'll live without leaders. I'm saying we'll live without one word that ends all arguments. No, Madadari. Because the king commands it, Tyrion murmured. Yes, I've heard that one. Rarely an intelligent sentence follows. How then? Asked Yara Greyjoy, arms crossed, hair braided back from her weathered face. She'd sailed her half-restored fleet up the Blackwater to join the final campaign and lost more ships to the dead's frozen storms. There was a hollow in her eyes where her brother used to be. Without a captain, a ship is just already wreckage. Without a king, a realm is every man slitting his neighbor's throat for grain. I'm not without a captain, John said. With many, and with everyone watching them. Not a realm of children waiting for a father to tell them what to do, but of grown men and women forced to look at each other when they make choices. Words, Glover said heavily. Fine words, but who sits in this hall and says what must be done? Who commands the armies when wars come? They're already forming it, Sansa said. Every head turned. She stood a little back from the cluster of northern lords, flanked by Brienne and Podrick. Her dress was wolf gray, her hair bound in northern braids, a silver chain at her throat that John recognized as one once worn by Catelyn Stark. When she stepped forward, the light caught in her eyes, making them look almost the clear blue of a winter sky. We've been speaking since before the battle, she said. Daenerys, Tyrion, Davos, Yara, myself. Others. We did not know if any of us would live to see this hall. But we knew, if we did, we could not simply put another name on that. She jerked her chin at the throne's shadow. We could not call it done and wait for the next madman or madwoman born under a lucky star. You speak treason lightly, my lady, murmured a surviving Lannister cousin, one of the few of that house who had found the sense to bend when Cersei fell. Against what? Sansa asked. A throne we've already watched burn us? A crown that's cost too much blood? No, we will have something else. Treason against expectation, Tyrion said, which may be the only sort that matters anymore. Daenerys had remained silent while they spoke, watching Jon with a gaze he could feel on his skin like sunlight on snow. Now she stepped forward, the crowd parting without conscious thought. When my ancestor Aegon conquered these lands, she said, he did it with dragons and fear. He did not ask the lords of Westeros whether they wanted uniting. He did not listen when they told him no. He burned those who resisted him and rewarded those who bent the knee. He had a vision of order and peace, and he would have it no matter how much of the past he set on fire. Nanim. Her hand brushed lightly against the melted glass in a nearby window embrasure, fingertips feeling the warped edges. I wanted once to be like him, she said softly. To take what had been stolen from my family, to break the wheel by sitting atop it. But I have seen through Jon Snow's cursed eyes and my own, what that path becomes. I have walked it in shadows and it always smells of ash. She turned, cloak swirling around her ankles. Let there be a council, she said, of lords and ladies from each land, North, Vale, Riverlands, Westerlands, Reach, Stormlands, Dorne, the Isles. Let them sit here in this hall and argue until the candles burn low. Let them choose together how to answer famine and plague and raiders and all the 1,000 little deaths that will still come for our people. And you? Yara asked. You who crossed deserts and seas and graveyards of ships for this city. Where do you sit in such a hall, Daenerys Stormborn? Dany's mouth quirked, not quite a smile. Where they will have me, she said. I won't pretend my name and dragons mean nothing. They will, always. But I will not be above them. I will be among them. And if some fool with more gold than sense, or 1,000 spears at his back, decides he does not like being merely one voice among many, asked Davos, his brown hands spread in question. If he marches on this hall and tries to take that thing, he nodded to the throne, as if we had never spoken of this day. Then he'll find no one sitting in it, Jon said. Only tired people who have had their fill of tyrants. Let him try. He'll have to get through us all. Nah, adieu. Men have done that before, Tyrion murmured. Put swords through us all. The trick, I think, is to have enough use that they grow tired of killing before they reach the last. Then we'd best make more of us, Sansa said. And that, in the end, was what they did. The council that emerged from that ash-streaked hall was not born neatly. It came together the way everything of worth did in Westeros. Badly, slowly, with shouting and hurt feelings and too much ale. They argued about who would sit, for how long, and in whose name. Lords bristled at the idea that small folk might send a speaker. Merchants argued for a say on matters of coin. Septons cried that they were the conscience of the realm. Maesters that they were its memory. Daenerys listened longer than Jon would once have thought possible. Tyrion wrote until his fingers cramped, drafting charters and tearing them up, inventing words like elector and term and recall to describe things that had never truly existed here. Davos spoke plainly and often on behalf of fishermen and farmers. Sansa insisted the North have its own voice separate from any she herself might hold, and refused every attempt to make her something like a queen. That crown brought my father's head to a spike, she said once, when an old northern bannerman proposed it too loudly in front of too many witnesses. It put my brother's corpse into the neck. It made a cloak of my mother's skin for men who needed to frighten other men. Keep it. Between them all, something like a pattern formed. The first council was small. 10 chairs, one for each of the old kingdoms and a seat at Tyrion's stubborn insistence for those who have no lord, represented by a laconic farmer from the Crownlands and a seasmith from White Harbor, who spoke rarely, but when they did, had a knack of making everyone else shut up. They met in the throne room, but not at the foot of the Iron Throne. Instead, carpenters brought in a great round table of dark wood, its surface sanded smooth. Tyrion had a map of Westeros carved into it over long winter evenings with a sharp knife and careful hand. When they argued, the lords found themselves stabbing fingers not at one another but at places on the table. Here, in the Riverlands, where bridges had been burned. Here in the Stormlands, where roads had washed away. Here in the Reach, where the grain stores had been pillaged by 3 different armies. Jon saw their eyes change, slowly. They stopped seeing each other only as threats or rivals. They started seeing the land between them as something shared. He came and went. He sat the council's first year, listening more than he spoke, learning the rhythm of this new kind of battle. He watched Daenerys hold her temper with men who would gladly have bent the knee if she'd only demanded it hard enough. He watched Sansa learn when to give ground and when to dig in her heels. He watched Yara's sharp, mocking comments cut through nonsense. He watched a dark-eyed Dornish woman named Ilaria speak, for the first time, of something besides vengeance. Sometimes Jon spoke too. When lords from the Westerlands grumbled about the cost of grain shipments to the half-starved north, he told them about Hardhome. When Reachman chafed at paying for the rebuilding of ruined keeps along the wall, he described in painful detail what had happened to keeps that had fallen when the dead were at their doors. When all of them began to grow complacent after a mild summer, he talked about nights so cold a man's piss froze before it hit the ground. He had seen enough worlds where they forgot. In all of those, the dead came back. "We won't forget," he said once to Bran in the Godswood of King's Landing. It was wrong, seeing a Godswood there at all. The Targaryens had never kept one. They'd brought their own gods with their dragons. Now a young weirwood stood, transplanted from the Riverlands, its bark still thin, its red leaves small and delicate. It would be centuries, if it survived, before it looked anything like the vast, ancient trees at Winterfell. For now, it was only a sapling with a face carved into its trunk, crude but earnest. Bran sat beneath it in his chair, the ravens watching from the branches above, as if they were listening. Men always forget, he said calmly. It's what allows us to wake up in the morning instead of clawing our own faces apart with fear. But some things linger. We've tangled enough roots into what you did that it will be hard to entirely ignore. John looked at the pale carved face above his brother's head. The Night King? He asked. That name was never the whole of him, Bran said. He was an ending, a wish for silence. There are many such. The thing you ended once. It will take a very long time for anything like it to gather itself again. Longer than our lives. Longer than the lives of our children's children, if the world is kind. None. The world is rarely kind, John said. Rand's mouth twitched. It is occasionally distracted. They sat in silence a while, listening to the faint creak of the young tree in the breeze, the distant ring of hammers where the city's walls were being mended. After a time, Bran said, "You're restless." John snorted. "Do I need tree magic to know that? You've been watching me since we were boys. You know I can't sit in one place for long." "It's not just that." Bran's eyes, still and deep, fixed on him. "The threads are quieter, but they still touch you more than most. They tug. There are echoes of you in places far from here. Other me's," John said. "The ones who took crowns, or broke, or died, and lived," Bran said. "A few, anyway, for a while. They're mostly shadows now, but shadows can still make a man flinch. You feel them." "I remember what they did," John said quietly. "Not always clearly, but enough. When someone calls me Your Grace by mistake in the council, I remember what happened when I let them. When they asked me to pass judgment on some traitor alone, I remember every time I did, and it only taught the next man to be cleverer about their treason. I'm tired of learning that lesson. Now." Bran tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something only he could hear. "You're thinking of leaving," he said. "I'm thinking of not being where everyone expects me to be every moment," John said. "Of giving them space to learn they can decide things without me staring at them across the table. Of seeing the world as something other than battlefields and council chambers." "Nene, Handa, I may." Bran's smile was small and odd. "That sounds suspiciously like wanting a life." John's throat tightened. "Is that allowed?" he asked, only half in jest. "It will upset the songs," Bran said. "Minstrels like their heroes to die young in obvious places. They can make something up," John said. "They usually do." He left King's Landing not long after that. He did not vanish. Men like him don't vanish. Not truly. Their names grow teeth and go wandering on their behalf. But John packed light, steel cloak, a few changes of clothes, a handful of coin, and he rode out through the city's northern gate with ghosts trotting at his stirrup and no banners behind him. Sansa met him in a quiet lane just past the outer wall, where the new road north ran between freshly planted orchards that would someday shade travelers with pear and apple. "You mean to slip away like father?" she said, falling into step beside his horse. John swallowed. There were lines around her eyes, now that hadn't been there when she'd first come back to Winterfell. Some were worry, some were laughter. All of them looked right on her. "He went south to do his duty," John said. "I'm going away so I don't do more than mine." "And what is your duty as you see it?" she asked. "To keep saying no," John said. "When the world tries to make me its hammer again. To step in if I must, when someone reaches for that thing in there." He jerked his head back toward the city, toward the rusting throne. "But not to rule, not to become the story." "You are the story," Sansa said softly. "You can't help that." He looked down at her, at the set of her shoulders, the way she had learned to wear furs and velvet like armor. There was a day, he knew, in one of those long ago almost futures, when handed her the North and ridden away into exile, fully expecting never to see her again. In another, she'd taken the North from him frankly, having decided that a brother who bent the knee to Southern queens could not be trusted with Winterfell's heart. Here, she stood at the head of a north that was part of a realm and apart from it, both at once, perfectly comfortable with the contradiction. Then let me be the story that comes and goes, John said. Not the one that sits. You're better at that than I ever was. She snorted. Flattery. I must be truly important now. You are, he said, and the truth of it made his chest ache. You'll do well, Sansa. Better than any of us. You've seen what power can do from every angle. You won't forget. I'll forget, she said. Everyone does. But I'll remember that I need reminding. That's something. Nay. They walked in silence a few paces. You'll come home? She asked at last. To Winterfell? Sometimes. I'm more likely to be there than anywhere, John said. I'll come when I can, when the snow falls deepest, when the godswood calls, when you decide you need your pest of a brother making you feel humble again. A ghost of a smile passed over her lips. You've never made me feel humble a day in my life, she said. Safe, sometimes. Loved when we were young. Furious, often, but never humble. He reached down, impulsively, and touched her hair. It was something he hadn't done since they were children. She leaned into it just a fraction. Keep them honest, he said. Keep yourself alive, she replied. He rode north. He took no straight road. There was no need. The council had no orders for him. No armies waited on his nod. He was, for the first time in a very long time, a man without an immediate task. It unnerved him. He wound through the riverlands, where villages still bore the scars of old battles. Men and women were rebuilding there, but slowly, warily. Some of their eyes went flint hard when they saw Ghost. A few spat at the mention of King's Landing. More spat at the mention of any lord at all. They left us to bleed, growled a one-armed wheelwright in a place called Willowbend. Starks and Lannisters and Freys and Tullys, they took turns feeding us into their wars and forgot to bring us back out. John sat with the man in his dim, sawdust-hazed workshop, listening as the man spoke of toll collectors and raiders, and the way men with swords made themselves needed. You've the look of a lord, the wheelwright said finally, or one who's been too near them for too long. You come to tell us which banner to paint on our roofs next time they decide this road is important? No, John said. I came to see how you're doing. The man snorted. Why? Because I know what it's like to be forgotten in a war that was meant to be about you, John said quietly. The Night's Watch was meant to guard the realms of men. We were forgotten. We bled for a world that had no idea we existed. I don't want that happening again. The wheelwright eyed him. Then don't let them forget, he said. Send someone who'll walk these roads and then go back and shout in their ears about what he saw. I'll try, John said. You'll need a soapbox, the man muttered. And a loud mouth. You don't look like you've got either. John smiled faintly. I have friends. He moved on. In the Vale, he climbed airy mountain paths to villages that clung to cliff sides, where children ran along stone ledges with a casual balance that made his stomach twist. In one hamlet, a girl of perhaps 10 watched Ghost warily from the doorway of a low house. Is he a spirit? She asked. A wolf, John said. Though I suppose that might be much the same. Do you tell him what to do? She asked. Sometimes, John said. Sometimes he listens. Mostly we look after each other. The girl nodded gravely. My da says that's what lords are meant to do. Look after us. Mostly they look after themselves. Some do, John said. Some are learning otherwise. Learning slow, she said. So I've heard, John said. He spent a summer in White Harbor, working with Manderley men to set up a cheaper way to move grain along the coast to the Sisters, and then upriver. He spent a winter at Eastwatch, listening to the ice groan in the dark and watching the sea toss up strange things. Old bones. Pieces of black stone, once a chest of Myrish glass candles that made the maester whistle. He went as far south as Old Town once, curious. There he found tall towers being rebuilt, and the citadel grudgingly opening its doors to more than just Maester's acolytes. Tyrion's doing that. The little man had visited the city with Samwell Tarly, and come back with the notion that knowledge hoarded by a few made for harder, more brittle lives for the many. It took some convincing. Sam had written to Jon, his ink blotchy in places, his excitement shining through the words. But when I started showing them some of the things I'd found in their own books about what would have happened if men had only listened sooner, well, even maesters can feel shame. Jon wandered the city streets, listening to sailors gossip in 10 tongues. He visited the high tower and climbed until the view took his breath, a world of water and stone stretching away in all directions. For a moment, standing there with the wind tugging at his cloak, he saw other towers, other high places he had climbed or would climb, and felt the usual tug of the forge. Not now, he told it. Not yet. He left Old Town with a satchel of stolen books, Sam's choice mostly, crammed with scribblings on old magics and older laws. He planned to bring them north, to give to Bran, to let the roots themselves decide what to do with them. He was halfway up the Roserad when he found Daenerys again. Or she found him. He'd made camp in a disused quarry, walls of chalk rising pale around him, the sky overhead shot with pink as the sun went down. Ghost lay near the fire, his breath a soft rise and fall. Jon had a book open in his lap, though he'd been watching the colors in the sky more than the words. A shadow passed over him. Ghost was on his feet in an instant, hackles lifting, but the rumble in his chest was more excitement than threat. Jon rose as well, hand automatically going to Longclaw's hilt. The dragon's shadow circled once, twice, then descended. Drogon had grown. He'd always been formidable, but now his wingspan seemed wider than some castle's outer walls. His scales shone dark as a new forged sword. He landed with a gust of wind that flattened Jon's hair to his skull and sent sparks and ash spinning up from the fire. Ghost braced his paws, eyes bright. Daenerys slid down from Drogon's neck with an ease that spoke of long practice. She hit the ground lightly, hair braided back tight from her face, riding leathers dusty and travel-stained. A cloak of plain brown wool hung from her shoulders, not the queen's black and red. "Hello, Jon Snow," she said. Jon smiled before he could help it. "Have you come to burn my camp?" he asked. "Or just blot out the sunset?" "Depends," she said. "Have you done anything lately that deserves burning?" "Nothing that wouldn't have got me burned years ago," he said. "I've been quiet." "That I doubt," she said, and there was affection under the skepticism. She stripped off her gloves and came closer. Ghost padded forward to sniff her hand. She scratched his ears without fear. Drogon rumbled, a sound so deep Jon felt it in his ribs, then folded his wings and stretched out along the quarry's rim like an enormous cat. Daenerys settled by the fire as if she'd merely stepped out to the godswood for a breath of air. They watched the flames for a time, listening to the dragon huff and snort above. The soft clack of Ghost's jaws as he gnawed on some long-gnawed bone. "How fares your council?" Jon asked at last. "They're inventive," she said wryly. "They've found a dozen new ways to mishear one another. I left them arguing over tariffs on Dorne's citrus and whether men from the Stormlands should have to pay the same tolls at Gulltown's harbor as men from the Vale. I thought, if I listened to one more man explain why his corner of the world was the only one that mattered, I might end up setting something unfortunate on fire." "None." "So you left," Jon said. "So I left," she agreed. "Tyrion will send ravens if they accidentally declare war on anyone. Sansa will throw him down the stairs if he gets too clever. Between them, I suspect the realm will get through a week without me." "No." "A week?" Jon raised his brows. "I thought you might have given yourself longer." "A week to find you," she said. "Longer, perhaps, once I knew whether you wanted to be found." He blinked. "How?" "Bran," she said. "And the fact that you leave a trail of half-solved arguments and confused peasants behind you wherever you go." A dark man with a big white wolf who asks too many questions and pays in good coin and decent advice. You're not as hard to track as you think, he huffed. I've been trying not to meddle too much. Meddling is what you're for, she said. Or so the world seems to think. I prefer to call it reminding people of the cost of foolishness. She looked at him sidelong. You look thinner. So do you, he returned. You're supposed to eat at councils, morsels of food between mouthfuls of words. I do, she said. It's all debate about grain levies and shipbuilding now, John. Do you know I had to spend 3 days listening to men argue about the proper share of tolls collected on the long bridge of Volantis? 3 days. In the end, I wanted to fly there and tear the bridge in half just to be done with it. Nah. Why were you arguing about Volantis? He asked, startled. Because Essos exists, she said, and thinks itself separate from what's happened here. After the dead were pushed back, some clever merchants there decided that Westeros would be too busy rebuilding to care about trade. They raised tariffs. They refused to send certain ships. They hoarded grain when half the innkeepers in the free cities were setting prices as if winter had never happened. Her mouth thinned. The firelight picked out faint silver threads in her hair John hadn't noticed before. They forget that the dead had walked in Essos too, she said. Not many. Not for long, but enough. They forget that when the world cracks in one place, the fault runs everywhere, so we negotiated. Slowly, painfully, I reminded them what would happen if we turned our backs on one another again. They reminded me they have no interest in another Westerosi war spilling onto their docks. She poked the fire with a stick, sending a gout of sparks swirling up. They're not wrong, she said. So we made a bargain. They'll open their ports to our ships on fair terms. We won't send dragons to sit on their towers and glare at them. Nah. Seems reasonable, John said. It took 6 near walkouts and 1 duel between a Myrish captain and a half-drunk Stormlander, she said. Nothing is reasonable. It's all negotiation, compromise, remembering when to say no and when to say, I suppose that's tolerable. It's nothing like conquest. It's harder. She looked at him then, head cocked. Is that why you left? She asked. Because the hard work is boring? He shook his head. Because it's yours. And theirs. And everyone's. If I stayed, they'd always look to me when things got tricky. I'd become the excuse. We can't decide this without Jon Snow. What does Jon Snow think? They still ask that, she said. Then it's good I'm not always there to answer, he said. Let them learn they can, and must, make choices without me watching. She studied him for a long heartbeat, then nodded slowly. You sound like perhaps you've learned something, she said. I've had good teachers, he said. Most of them ghosts. The fire popped. Drogon snored, a low rumble that made dust drift from the quarry walls. Above, the first stars pricked through the deepening blue. Do you ever... Daenerys began, then stopped. Ever what? Jon asked. Regret, she said slowly. The endings you didn't take. He thought of himself crowned in snow. He thought of himself stabbing her in the heart. He thought of himself walking into the white with blue eyes and no feelings at all. Yes, he said. Sometimes, when I see a choice go poorly and know that, somewhere, some other me made a different one. When I see you tired and know there's a path where you took the throne and never had to argue about bridge tolls. Hey, that path ended in fire, she said. I know, he said. But it's still a way it could have gone. She was quiet for a while. Sometimes I wonder, she said at last, what kind of mother I would have been. He looked at her sharply. To dragons? He asked. To a child, she said. He swallowed. In one of the lives that pressed against his mind like half-remembered dreams, he'd seen her with a babe in arms, dark-haired, solemn-eyed. In others, he'd seen her stand over empty cradles. In some, he'd seen her never live long enough to try. I don't know, he said honestly. Good, I think. Fierce. Afraid. She huffed a laugh. That sounds right. Do you? He hesitated, then plunged on. Do you want that? Still? Once, more than anything, she said. I wanted what my brother stole from me. A home. A family. A house that wasn't always on the move. Now? She trailed off, staring into the fire. Now I'm not sure. This thing we're building, it needs so much. Every time I think of taking something soft for myself, I see some village in the Riverlands that still hasn't rebuilt its mill. Some dock in the Stormlands that needs another 2 ships. You're allowed something soft, John said. You don't have to be steel all the time. Says the man who tried to offer his life to every god and monster that asked, she said dryly. He shrugged, slightly embarrassed. Do as I say, not as I did. She smiled then, small and genuine. Perhaps, she said. Perhaps someday, when the council can run for a year without me, when the bridges all hold, the granaries all stand, the roads are all passable. Her smile turned crooked. So, never. He looked at her in the firelight, at the lines grief and effort had carved around her mouth, at the strength in her shoulders. Perhaps sooner than you think, he said. People learn, slowly and badly. But they learn. Do you? She asked. He thought of the forge, of the countless times he'd died badly, of how in the end, what had made the difference had not been a sword stroke or a clever plan, but a single word said at the right time. I try, he said. They sat together until the fire burned low. When sleep came for him, it was deep and dreamless for the first time in years. If other Johns walked in other worlds that night, he did not feel their footsteps. He woke to the smell of roasting fish. Daenerys had gone at dawn, flying north to inspect the newly rebuilt causeways near the neck. She'd left a note scratched in a hurried hand on a flat piece of slate. Come to Winterfell in the first snow. We'll see if your sister has forgiven me for all the trouble I bring when I arrive anywhere. Jon smiled when he read it and tucked it into his pack. He stayed on the road. Years passed. They did not blur. Each year had its own taste. One spring tasted of lemon and salt. Months spent in Dorne, working with the new prince, a woman with a quick temper and to make sure their sharp independence did not curdle into useless isolation. Another tasted of iron and tar. Time in the Iron Islands helping Yara beat into her men's heads that raiding was less profitable than trading when your neighbors were no longer perpetually distracted by war. He spent a year and a half in the Westerlands of all places. The mines beneath Casterly Rock were not what they once had been. Gold had flowed like water in the days of Tywin and his fathers. Now the richest veins were gone and the Lannisters had to learn, teeth bared, how to live without endlessly buying their way out of their mistakes. Jaime was dead. He'd fallen in the final push against the dead, sword in hand, a white spear through his ribs. Cersei had died before that, unwilling to bend, plotting something with wildfire that had been ended by a short girl with a long list and a blade that slipped between ribs like a whisper. Tyrion was the only Lannister left of note, and he had little urge to go home. So Jon went in his stead. He walked through villages where small folk muttered that lions were meant to be strong and rich, not careful and courteous. He sat with a young lady Lannister, Tyrion's distant cousin, who had inherited a title and a seat and almost no coin, and helped her draw up a plan to repair the roads instead of staging another tourney. You're asking us to live like everyone else, she'd said, both offended and intrigued. Yes, Jon had said. It's not so bad. They seem to manage. Everywhere he went, he found the same thing. People unused to thinking beyond tomorrow, learning to. In the north, famine threatened one year when a late frost killed young shoots. Jon rode with Davos from village to village, organizing grain shipments, cajoling Manderleys and Glovers and Umbers into sharing more than they had to. We're not beggars, one grizzled Umber had snarled. No, Jon had said. Your neighbors, this is what that means now. Somewhere along the way, songs had begun to follow him. He heard them in an inn in the Trident, badly sung by a drunk who only remembered half the words. And snow said no at the end of the world, when ice wanted all to be still. He heard them in a hall in the neck, when crannogmen passed a pipe and chanted in their soft, reed-smooth voices about the man who shook hands with winter and did not freeze. He heard them in Bravos, once, where he'd gone with Arya because she'd said with a rare grin, "You should see where I learned to put my face on properly." There, on a small stage by a canal, a mummer in a long black cloak pretended to be him, turning away from a gilded throne and walking into a painted forest. "They've made you taller," Arya had observed. "And less gray," Jon had said, running a finger self-consciousness through his increasingly salt and pepper hair. "There is that," she'd agreed. He aged. His reflection in rivers and wash basins changed. Lines deepened on his face, at first from frowning in council, later from squinting into distance or sun. His hair grew more silver among the black. His hands remained steady, but his shoulder ached in wet weather where an old wound in Hardhome's ruins had never fully forgiven the cold. Ghost aged too in his way. The direwolf's muzzle went wider, his movements slower when he rose, but his eyes remained clear. He still padded at Jon's side in villages and campfires, a reminder of other winters. Magic's changed. The wall, shattered in places by the dead's assault, was never rebuilt to its full height. Instead, men raised smaller, more modest structures, watchtowers and earthworks. The wildlings came and went, some settling in the gift to farm, others ranging further north, and returning now and then with stories of strange lights in the far ice and forests that moved when no wind blew. Bran wrote to Jon from time to time. Sometimes the letters were practical, advice disguised as musings. Sometimes they were nothing but lists of odd things he'd seen. A weirwood sprouting in a place it had never grown before. A flock of birds flying a perfect spiral over the vale. A child in the far north whose eyes glowed faintly green when he dreamed. "The world is mending," Bran wrote once. "Not to what it was. That's gone. It's making something new. It will be strange and hard. But I think perhaps less easily broken." Jon kept those letters, folded and refolded until the creases wore thin. He came back to Winterfell often. He stood in the Godswood and listened to the oldest weirwood he knew murmur in the wind. He watched children of Stark and Manderly and Karstark race across the yard, wooden swords in hand, shouting words that were half old vows, half new promises. He sat at Sansa's table and listened as she spoke of the North's needs not as a separate thing but as one voice in a chorus. He watched Arya come and go. She never stayed long, his little sister. She had the world in her eye in too many places to be. But when she did return, she sat with him on the old broken wall and told him stories. "I saw a land with red water," she said once. "Like blood, but it wasn't. The people bathed in it. They said it made them strong. I saw a city that floated," she said another time. "All ropes and barges. They'd never seen snow. I tried to explain. I don't think they believed me." "Did you ever kill a man who needed killing?" he asked once, only half in jest. "Once or twice," she said calmly. "Mostly I watch. Mostly I listen. It's funny. After all that training to be no one, I find people are eager to tell me everything as long as I am someone. A girl from the cold lands with a wolf on her cloak. They love to talk to strangers." "Nah. Can you ever stop?" he asked. She tilted her head. "Can you?" He thought of the roads under his feet, of the councils he dropped into like storms, of the way people's shoulders straightened when they realized he wasn't there to give orders, only to ask questions. "Perhaps when the world no longer needs reminding," he said, "when it forgets less easily." "That will never happen," she said. "People forget. It's what they do." "Bran said that," Jon said. "Bran says a lot of things," she said. "Some of them even make sense." They sat in companionable silence for a while. "Do you regret not killing me?" she asked suddenly. He blinked. What? "In that other end," she said, eyes on the long dark line of trees beyond the walls. "Where I killed the Night King instead. where you stabbed Daenerys, where I went home and hung up my sword and never left again. I have pieces of that. Places where my feet remember snow in different patterns. Sometimes I wonder if I should have taken your place, if it would have spared you this." She waved vaguely, encompassing his scattered lives. "No," he said. "This is mine." "You sound almost proud," she said. He thought about it. "I'm not proud of what it cost," he said. "Not proud of the pain, but proud that I did not let myself be only what other people needed. Yes." She nudged his shoulder with hers. "That's something," she said. He grew old. It was a slow, steady thing. The way his knees complained after long rides. The way his sword arm took a moment longer to loosen in cold air. The way young men and women looked at him with a mixture of respect and pity, as if they could not imagine ever reaching whatever age he'd become. He took fewer long journeys, stayed longer in the places he visited. In the end, he went north one last time. It was Sansa who suggested it. "You pace the castle like a caged wolf," she said one autumn, leaves blowing and golden drifts through Winterfell's yards. "You spend your days scaring apprentices in the forge with questions about where they source their iron. Go. And leave you to manage without my helpful interference?" he asked, smiling. She lifted one auburn brow. There were streaks of white in her hair now, and the air of a woman who had learned to knit duty into something she could live with. "I think I'll find a way," she said. Arya was home unusually. She met Jon at the gate with a pack on her shoulders and needle at her side. "Going to walk with you," she said briskly, as if he'd asked. "Only part of the way," Sansa said firmly. "I expect you back with tales before the thaw." "If I come back at all," Arya said lightly. Sansa's mouth tightened. "You always have." Arya's gaze softened for a heartbeat. She leaned in and touched Sansa's forehead with her own. "I always will," she said. "Otherwise, it's not a good story." They went north together. The air grew cleaner and colder with each league. Pines crowded closer to the road. Old watchtowers loomed, some crumbling, others mended. At the Gift's northern edge, fields melted into sparse scrub and rock. "What are you looking for?" Arya asked one night as they camped by a half-frozen stream. The stars blazed overhead, hard and sharp. "I don't know," Jon said. "A place to stop, perhaps." "Stop," she echoed as if tasting a strange word. "Rest," he said. "Live. Not as a commander or a reminder or a story. Just as myself, whatever that is." "And you think you'll find that north of the wall?" she said. He shrugged. "It's where I've always gone when I didn't know who I was." "Last time you went, you almost didn't come back," she said. "Last time I went, the dead were walking," he said. "Now they're not." She poked the fire. "You could stop anywhere," she said. "On a farm in the Reach, in a riverside town, in Bravos, on a ship in Dorne. Why north?" He looked at her over the flames. "Why do you always go?" he asked. She considered that, then huffed. "Because there's always somewhere else," she said. "Something else. Because I'm afraid that if I stop, I won't know what to be. And I'm afraid that if I don't," he said, "I'll never find out what I could be." They sat with that for a while. "You'll come back?" Arya asked eventually. "If there's something to come back from," he said. "You're dodging the question," she said. "I don't know," he admitted. She nodded once. "Then I'll come find you," she said. "If Sansa gets too serious. If the council gets lazy. If the world starts to forget. I'll bring you back and set you in the middle of whatever mess they've made, and you can say no at them until they fix it." "That's a threat," he said. "It's a promise," she said. At the ruins of the old gate, no longer the vast looming tunnel of ice and stone had known, but something smaller and stranger, a pair of stout keeps on either side of a gap in the low, rebuilt wall. They met Tormund. The wildling's beard was whiter now than red, but his laugh remained enormous. "Snow," he boomed, thumping John on the back hard enough to make him stagger. "Thought you'd finally decided you liked warm beds enough to stay south forever." "I've had my share of those," John said, catching his breath. "Thought I'd see if the wind still bites as hard up here." "It bites harder," Tormund said cheerfully. "Everything does. Come and see." Arya turned back at the gate. "I'll go south," she said. "See if Sansa has put a throne in the Great Hall without telling you." "If she has," John said, "tell her to save me a seat by the fire, not on the chair." Arya stepped in and hugged him. He held on tightly. She smelled of leather and smoke and something sharp, like winter apples. "Don't die," she murmured. "Same to you," he said. She pulled back, grinning. "I've already used up my death," she said. "You're the one who keeps borrowing others." Then she was gone, light-footed on the stones, heading south with Needle at her hip and the world ahead of her. John watched until she vanished from sight, then turned north. The land beyond the wall had changed. Not in any dramatic, magical fashion. The sky was still vast. The trees still tall and dark. Snow still drifted and melted and came again. But where once there had been only scattered wildling camps and ancient empty ruins, now there were settlements. Not quite villages. Not yet. But clusters of sturdy houses, smoke rising from chimneys, fields hacked out of the hard earth where hardy crops grew. Children ran between them, their laughter startling in places where once only wind had spoken. Men and women hunted, trapped, fished. Some wore furs in the old free folk style. Others wore bits and pieces of armor taken from dead men and modified for comfort. They waved at Tormund as he passed, called greetings to John with varying degrees of curiosity and awe. Lord Snow, some called him. King Crow, Old Wolf, that man. He smiled and shook his head and did not correct any of them. He went further. Days stretched into weeks. The air grew thinner, crisper. Ghost seemed to grow more alert with each step, as if some deep part of him remembered this place as home. They came at last to a valley John had never seen. It lay cupped between low, rolling hills, hidden until they crested the last rise. A river cut through it, narrow but clear, its banks lined with scrub and stunted trees whose leaves had turned a vivid crimson in the fall chill. There were no houses here, no signs of men, only the river, the hills, the endless sky. John stood on the hilltop and felt something in his chest loosen. "This," he said. Tormund squinted. "There's nothing," he said. "No game trails, no huts, no women." "Exactly," John said. Tormund made a rude noise. "You always were strange." Well, we'll leave you to your empty valley, Snow. Come back if the trees start talking too loudly." "No." He clapped Joan's shoulder one last time, then tramped away, his laughter echoing faintly. John watched him go, then walked down into the valley. The river chuckled over stones. Ghost bounded ahead, leaping in and out of the shallows, shaking water everywhere. John found a flat spot above the bank, marked by a few rocks. He dropped his pack there, slowly, feeling each movement. He built a small fire. He did it carefully, with dry kindling and little smoke. Habit, though there was no one to hide from. When the flames caught, he sat and watched them, feeling his heartbeat slow. "This is it then," he said to Ghost. The direwolf huffed and put his head on John's knee. John scratched behind his ears. He did not plan to stay forever. He knew himself better than that. A man like him could no more sink roots in one place than a river could decide to climb uphill. But he meant to stay long enough that the forge cooled a little. Long enough that when the world tugged again, it would not find him waiting at the first pull. He slept that night under a sky so full of stars it made his eyes ache. He dreamed of nothing he could remember in the morning. Seasons turned. He built a hut, of a sort. More a circle of stones with a roof of sod and branches than a house, but it kept out the worst of the wind. He learned which berries along the river would kill him and which would not. He fished. He hunted. He sat. He did not become a hermit saint. He grumbled when it rained, cursed when he stubbed his toe on rocks, laughed when ghosts chased his own tail. He talked to himself more than he'd like to admit. He talked to the river. He talked to the sky. Sometimes, he talked to the other Johns. I know, he'd say aloud, sitting on a rock while the wind whipped his cloak. You think I should have taken the crown. You think I should have killed her. You think I should have never left the wall. He'd scratch his beard, now more white than black. You had your chance. This is mine. He did not know if anyone heard. He suspected that was the point. The world went on. Ravens still came. Now and then. They found him even here, as if Bran had marked his scent in their minds. One brought word of Sansa's first grandchild, a girl named Catelyn who cried louder than any babe Maester Wolkan had ever met. Another brought news of Daenerys flying over the summer sea, her dragon's shadows sending pirate fleets, scattering like roaches. She's learning finally that it is better to terrify ships that prey on others than cities that have done her no harm, Tyrion had written. I call this progress. A third carried a letter from a boy named Rickon Stark, Sansa's son, who'd been named for a brother he'd never known. Mother says you are part wolf, the boy had written in a handful of blots. Is it true? If I howl at the moon, will you hear me? Jon had gone out into the valley at full moon, lifted his face and howled back. Ghost had joined him, somewhere, faint and distant. Other wolves had answered. He was not sure if the boy had heard, but he lived in a world now where such things were possible. One winter, when the snow fell as deep as Jon remembered from his youth, someone else came to the valley. He heard the crunch of footsteps first. Not a wildling's rolling gait or the light step of a hunter, something more measured. As if each pace were considered before taken. Ghost's ears pricked. The wolf rose and went to stand at the edge of the clearing, fur lifting slightly along his spine. Jon set down the fish he'd been cleaning, wiped his hands on his breeches, and stepped outside his hut. Bran stood there. He looked older, as everyone did now. His hair had gone thin, his face more hollow. His eyes were unchanged. Deep, calm, holding too much. He stood without a chair, legs thin but bearing his weight with care. Jon blinked. You're walking, he said. Sometimes, Bran said. It's difficult. But I thought if I was going to come to the end of the world, I should do it on my own feet. This isn't the end of the world, Jon said. It's a valley. Bran's mouth quirked. You always did underestimate yourself. He limped forward. Ghost sniffed him thoroughly. Then, apparently satisfied, huffed and went back to the hut. Bran looked around. It's quiet, he said. That's why I like it, Jon said. Bran nodded slowly. The threads are very thin here, he said. They touch you less. Good, Jon said. You say that, Bran said. But you are still you. You're still attached in ways other men aren't. He looked at Jon steadily. You still feel them sometimes. Yes, Jon said. There was no point pretending otherwise. Do they frighten you? Bran asked. Less than they used to, Jon said. They're less sharp. More like stories I heard as a boy than lives I might have lived. They remind me what I don't want to be, and what I might be if I'm not careful. That's useful. Bran nodded again, approving. Good, he said. That's what they should be. He sat down heavily on a nearby rock, panting a little. Jon stepped forward. Here, he said. Lean on me. Bran swatted half-heartedly at his hand, then took it anyway. I'm not dying, he said. I didn't say you were, Jon said. You look like you walked too far on legs that forgot how. They need practice, Bran said. For what? Jon asked gently. For letting go, Bran said. Jon frowned. The weirwoods are full, Bran said. Not of me. I am only one eye among many. But I have been watching for so long, holding so much together. The world is in a different place now. It doesn't need quite so tight a grip. You're going to stop watching? John asked, startled. Not entirely, Bran said. There will always be a need for someone who remembers more than his own lifetime. But it does not have to be me. There are others. Children born now who look at trees too long. Old men in Dorne who dream of snow. Women in the Reach whose songs twist when they pass under certain oaks. The world is clever, Jon. It makes its own answers. World is clever, Jon. It makes its own answers. He looked up at his brother, eyes clear. I came to say goodbye, he said. Not to you, to this. He tapped his temple lightly. I've held too much, he said quietly. All those other yous, all those other ends, all the might-have-beens and never-waises. They're heavy. It's time to let some of them go. Now. Jon's throat closed. Will you still be you? He asked. Bran smiled faintly. What is me? He asked. I'm a boy who fell from a tower, a raven. A king who never was. A tree. 1,000 eyes in the dark. Maybe I'm all of that. Maybe I'm none. I think I'd like to find out what I am when I am not needed as much. Is it safe? Jon asked. Probably not, Bran said. But it's right. He pushed himself to his feet again, swaying a little. Walk with me, he said. They walked along the riverbank, slower than Jon would have alone. The air was cold and clean. Snow lay in patches under the trees, not yet the thick blanket it would be in deep winter. Do you remember, Bran said as they walked, the first time you held a sword? Jon thought back. The memory came easily. The yard at Winterfell. The way the wooden practice blade had felt impossibly heavy in his small hands. Robb laughing, showing off. The look on Ned Stark's face. Stern, proud, a little sad. Yes, Jon said. I do too, Bran said. From 3 different angles. His smile was wry. Yours. Mine. Father's. Nay. Ow. He stopped by a small rock that jutted from the riverbank, leaned on it, and closed his eyes. Sometimes it was a comfort, he said. To know I could see things from all sides. To know there was no lie I could not find the truth of, if I looked hard enough. His face tightened. Sometimes it was a cage. To know that no matter what choice I made, I'd already watched it made 100 different ways. To know every mistake I was repeating. To know that some were unavoidable. He opened his eyes. You broke something, he said to Jon, when you took the Night King's hand. Not just him. Something in the way this world expected its stories to go. It's taken time for the cracks to spread, but they have. It's looser now. Less bound. Which means there's room for breathing. For being. Nah. Ah. Jon swallowed. You make it sound like I did something clever, he said. I was just tired. I know, Bran said. That's what saved us. He reached out. Give me your hand, he said. Jon hesitated only a heartbeat, then held it out. Bran's grip was dry and surprisingly strong. For a moment, just a moment, Jon felt all the threads again. All the Jons. All the choices. They flickered through him like lightning, like the last pounding of a hammer on cooling steel. Then, slowly, Bran let go. The threads did not vanish. They receded. They stepped back, like ghosts politely withdrawing from a room they'd haunted too long. They left behind not frostbite, not burns, but faint scars and calluses. Lessons. Jon staggered. It's lighter, he whispered. Bran nodded, swaying on his feet. For both of us, he said. He sank down onto the rock, panting. Jon knelt beside him. Stay a while, he said. Rest. Day. I will, Bran said. He looked up at the sky, at the first stars appearing. Then I'll go back, not as a net, as a thread. One among many. He smiled, unexpectedly boyish. "I'd like to see what it's like to be surprised," he said. John laughed, a little shakily. "It has its charms," he said, "and its horrors." "I've seen horrors," Bran said. "Surprise might be worth it." They stayed in the valley for 3 days. They talked little. They did not need to. Sometimes Bran sat with his back against the hut, eyes half-lidded, fingers tracing patterns in the dirt that made the hair on Jon's arms stand up. Sometimes Jon fished. Sometimes they both simply watched ghosts chase snowflakes. On the morning of the 4th day, Bran stood. "I have to go," he said. Jon nodded. Bran took a step, then turned back. "You were never just the metal," he said. "You were the smith as well. Remember that." Jon frowned. "I thought we agreed I was the forge." "The forge doesn't decide what shape the blade takes," Bran said. "The smith does." He tapped Jon's chest lightly. "You're both," he said. Then he turned and walked away, slow but steady, until the trees took him. Jon watched until Bran was gone. Then he sat. He sat a long time. The valley changed around him. Snow fell, melted, fell again. The river thickened with ice, then ran free and fat in spring. Birds nested in the eaves of his hut. Ghost grew slower, slept more, still rose with a snarl whenever anything larger than a hare approached. Years folded themselves under him. He did not vanish from the world. Sometimes he went south again. When a raven came bearing news that shook him from his quiet, word of a plague in the riverlands, of raiders on the western coast, of a council so mired in its own cleverness, it had forgotten why it existed. He got to his feet, grumbled at his knees, and went. He never stayed long. He became a check, a correction, a living memory that walked into halls and said, simply, "No?" when men began to speak too confidently of the way things must be. Then he went back to his valley. Some men called him selfish. Others called him wise. Some called him cowardly for turning his back on crowns. Others called him brave for walking away from power. He called himself Jon. When his time finally came, he knew it. There was no prophecy, no blazing vision, no ghostly host waiting. Only a quiet tiredness that went deeper than bone. He lay on the low pallet in his hut, ghost curled beside him. The direwolf's sides rose and fell with effort, breath wheezing slightly. Snow fell outside, fat flakes drifting lazily past the small window. He felt no fear. He had died before. He had walked at the edge of endings too many times. This felt different. Less like a cliff, more like a tide turning. He thought of his father, of a man who was not his father, of his mother, whose face he'd never seen in life, of Robb and Rickon, of Sansa and Arya, of Bran Dottiu, of Daenerys, laughing by a fire in a quarry, hair loose, soot on her nose, of Sam's ink-stained fingers, of Gilly's shy smile, of Tormund's booming laugh, of Davos' steady eyes, of Gendry in a forge, hammer rising and falling. He thought of the Night King's cold hand in his. He thought of the word he'd said then. No, Dalway. He'd meant it then. He meant something different now. Yes, he whispered. He was not saying yes to death. Death did not need his permission. He was saying yes to being done. His breath grew shallow. He felt distantly, the threads stir. Not pulling this time. Not tugging him toward another anvil. They brushed past him like 1,000 ghost hands, each one a life he had almost lived. He nodded to them. "Go on," he murmured. "Without me." Somewhere far away, a council argued. Somewhere, a child laughed at a tale of the man who shook hands with winter. Somewhere, a dragon took wing. Somewhere, a girl with a list she no longer needed put down her sword and picked up a fishing net. The world turned. Jon Snow took one more breath. It tasted of cold and smoke and wolf. He let it go. Snow fell softly. The day Jon Snow died. It drifted past the hut's low roof, down into the valley, across the river. It touched stone and water and fur and skin. It melted where it landed, feeding the earth. In the godswood at Winterfell, an old weirwood shivered. Red leaves rustled though no wind blew. Sansa, sitting beneath its branches, felt a sudden sharp ache in her chest and put her hand over her heart, though she did not know why. In King's Landing, now a city of bridges and markets and stubbornly ordinary folk, Daenerys looked up from a stack of petitions and frowned, feeling the weight of some great absence settled gently over the world. In the far north, Bran opened his eyes beneath his tree and smiled, tears on his face. "Well done," he whispered. The forge was quiet. The world still had endings ahead of it. It always would. But it had learned, just a little, to live between them, to choose not only what had been laid out for it, but what might be made new. The stories told of Jon Snow in the centuries that followed were many. In some, he was a king in all but name, a hidden lord of winter who walked the snows forever, deathless, watching. In others, he was a simple ranger who had happened to be in the right place at the right time, more lucky than clever. In others still, he was a myth. The man who said no to destiny so loudly that even the gods heard. All of them were wrong. All of them were true. Because once, in a world that had grown thick with woodbes and must-be's, one man chose to take every destiny that reached for his throat and give it back. Because once, in the heart of winter, a man became not a sword, nor a shield, nor a crown, but the place where all of those were made and remade. Because once, Jon Snow chose to be the forge, and the world, cracked and battered and loud, learned, slowly, messily, wonderfully, to shape itself. By the time Catelyn Stark was old enough to stand in Winterfell's great hall and listen to songs, Jon Snow was more rumor than man. He lived in tapestries and tankards and the sweeping gestures of half-drunk singers. They sang of the boy who'd been a bastard and wasn't, the Lord Commander who'd died and hadn't, the man who shook hands with Winter and said no. They never sang of him sitting by a river cleaning fish, or arguing about tax levies, or kneading cramped fingers after riding too long in the rain. Catelyn liked the quieter stories. Her mother told those. On stormy nights, when the wind howled around the broken tower tops and the snow blew thick enough to hide the walls, Sansa would pull her furs close and sit with her children by the fireside. Rickon, the eldest, pretended not to listen. His long legs stretched toward the flames, but Catelyn watched the way his fingers stilled when their mother spoke of things he pretended were beneath his notice. "Uncle John never wanted a crown," Sansa would say, fingers threading automatically through Catelyn's hair, braiding and unbraiding. "That's the first thing you must know about him. The world kept trying to put one on his head anyway. It took him time to learn how to duck." "No, die." "Did he really die?" little Benjen would ask, round eyes shadowed. "Yes," Sansa would answer quietly. "And no, he died more than once, in more than one way. Some of him never came back. Some of him did. That's true of all of us, in our smaller lives." Catelyn would close her eyes and try to imagine it, standing at the edge of the world, looking down at the dead coming on like a tide, feeling them try to pull you into their cold to make everything simple and still. She couldn't. Her winters were full of frozen nostrils and red hands, of trudging through snowdrifts to feed half-wild ponies, and of keeping her younger brother's fingers from turning blue. The dead she knew were bones in the crypt, faces she had never seen in life, names carved in stone. She loved them, in her way. She would sneak down there sometimes, lamp in hand, when the castle grew too loud. The wolf statues loomed, their stone eyes catching lamplight. The old kings and queens lay in their quiet rows, hands folded, swords on their knees. At the far end, where the newest statues stood, the stonework changed. The figure of their grandfather, Eddard Stark, loomed solemn and spare, his face carved with a care that spoke of love and grief both. Beside him lay a woman Caitlin had never met, dark-haired, high-cheeked, sad-eyed, Lyanna Stark. Their father had stood before that stone once with tears on his cheeks and said, very softly, "You kept him safe as long as you could. I'll try to do the rest." Caitlin didn't know if he'd meant Jon or her. The third statue was Jon himself. It was Sansa who'd insisted. "He won't be buried here," she'd said, when men brought word from the far north that Jon Snow had gone quiet one winter's night, and not risen again with the dawn. "He belongs to the world now, to the wild. But he was ours too. There should be a place we can look and remember." The sculptor had done as well as he could with what he had. Jon's stone face was not handsome, not smooth. There was a stubborn line to his jaw, a set to his mouth that looked as if it were struggling not to complain about something pointless and important. The hair fell about his brow in unruly waves. They'd carved Ghost at his feet, mouth faintly open as if about to huff. Caitlin would sit on the cold stone in front of that statue and talk. "Mother says you were stubborn," she'd tell it. "Rickon says you were an idiot. Maester Walken says you were necessary. I haven't decided yet." She liked that she could be rude to the stone and nobody would scold. When she was 10, she traced the letters carved at its base with one finger. They read, "Jon Stark, called Snow." Who said no? "Why Stark?" she asked then. "If everyone calls him Snow? And why is that all it says?" "Nah, Kabiri." Sansa, standing beside her, ran her thumb over the name. "Because it's what he was," she said. "In the end, a Stark, whether the world liked it or not. The other names, King, Lord, Commander. They were things other people tried to put on him. This one he chose. As for the rest, what else is there to say? The rest is stories." What else is there to say? Caitlin had frowned. "It doesn't say he ended the Night King," she pointed out. "Or that he was a hero. Or that he did all the things the singers say." "He didn't end anything alone," Sansa said. "If we start chiseling lists of names and deeds, we'll never stop. And we'll forget half the people who mattered. It's enough to say what he did that no one else had done, so we don't forget that's possible." "Say no?" Caitlin had asked skeptically. "To what wanted to make him its tool," Sansa had said. "To what wanted to make any of us that." At 15, Caitlin thought she finally half understood. The world had grown comfortable in its way since the long night, not soft. Westeros never grew entirely soft. There were still winters that bit, and springs that failed, still raiders and sickness and stubborn men. But there were fewer wars that burned whole kingdoms. The great lords spent more time arguing in councils and less time marching in armor. Trade flowed more freely along river and road. Maesters came more often to small villages. Children like Caitlin grew up knowing hunger but not starvation, fear but not despair. It was easy in such a world to believe that the hard choices were all behind them. Caitlin wanted to believe that. She also knew better. She'd heard the reports that came through Winterfell's hall. Not the songs, the letters. Crisp parchment from King's Landing, telling of councils that ran long and blades that ran short. Rumors from sailors drinking at White Harbor. Whispers of strange lights beyond the Jade Sea. Of whole islands that had not been on old maps. Quiet worries from traders about coin clipped and false. About men whose loyalties seemed to lie as much with mercantile guilds across the narrow sea as with their own lords. The world was mending, Bran wrote to them every few years in a careful, spidery hand. It would never be what it had been. It should not be. New threads wove themselves through the old. Some were bright, some were dark. All needed watching. "You're scowling at the venison again," Rickon observed dryly, dropping onto the bench beside her at supper one evening. "What has it done to offend you this time?" The hall was full of warmth and noise. Fires roared in the hearths. Servants moved between benches carrying trenchers and pitchers. Outside the shutters, Snow whispered. Inside, men's voices rolled over one another in a constant growl. "It's overcooked," Caitlin said absently. That's because you were meant to cut it, not interrogate it, Rickon said. It's been sitting there bleeding out its last while you glare at it. He grinned when she glared at him instead. He had their father's long face and their mother's eyes, though the former had softened with laughter and the latter sharpened with care. He was 22 now, Lord of Winterfell in all but name. Sansa had not formally given him the title. She still wore the heavy chain of office and sat the high seat. But it was Rickon who oversaw the autumn culling. Rickon who rode out to judge boundary disputes. Rickon who scolded lazy stewards. Caitlin, the middle child, got the letters. She liked it that way. There's a raven from King's Landing, she said, pushing the venison around. Mother hasn't read it yet. I saw the seal. Rickon's brows rose. And you left it unopened? She flushed. Of course. I'm not Arya. You're exactly Arya, he said cheerfully. If someone thought to tell you it was forbidden. Caitlin hid a reluctant smile. I'm perfectly capable of resisting the urge to pry. On what evidence? He asked. She kicked him under the table. He yelped. Children! Sansa said warningly from the high seat. Rickon gave her a wide-eyed look of hurt innocence that did not, Caitlin noted with satisfaction, impress their mother in the least. If the venison displeases you so much, Caitlin, perhaps you'd like to take over in the kitchens tomorrow, Sansa said mildly. Cook for 23 hungry men and see what it does to your timing. I didn't say, Caitlin began. She didn't say anything aloud, Rickon interjected. Her face did. It does that. Caitlin scowled at him. Sansa's mouth twitched. Eat, their mother said. Whatever news the raven brings, it will be the same whether your bellies are empty or full. The news did not wait long. After the trestles were cleared and the ale drained and the hall emptied, the three of them went up to Sansa's solar. The wind whistled faintly at the shutters, but the room was warm. A fire burned in the grate. Candles flickered on the table where Sansa laid the scroll. It's from Tyrion, she said, breaking the seal. Caitlin leaned forward, unable to help herself. The handwriting was compact, precise. Sansa read silently, lips tightening, then read again more slowly. Well, Rickon demanded, has King's Landing fallen into the sea? Has the council finally killed one another with words? In a manner of speaking, Sansa murmured. She passed the letter to him, then to Caitlin. My dear Lady of Winterfell, I hope this finds you well and your stores full enough to let you read it without having to put it aside to shout at someone about onions. I write with news that may cause you to shout at someone about larger things. Daenerys is dying. Not in the melodramatic way poets enjoy. No wasting disease that will let her deliver beautiful final speeches over months. Her heart is failing. Mine has always been undecided in its work. Hers, it seems, has finally decided that 3 lifetimes of trying to save the world are as much as one muscle can bear. The maesters say it will be weeks, not months, perhaps days. They are never sure. She has one request. She will not die in this city. She was born on an island in a storm and remade herself in deserts and slave pens. She has lived too long among stone and ash. She wants to see snow again. Real snow, not the soot that fell from Drogon's wings when he was young. She asks, specifically, to die where Jon Snow lived. If you are willing, she will come north one last time, with a small retinue and a dragon that does not fly as high as he once did. If you are not willing, say so. She will not force her way. Not anymore. There are other matters the council wishes to discuss with you at the same time. The world does not stop because hearts do. I will write of these separately. For now, I ask you only this. Will you welcome a tired woman to your hall to lay down her burdens? I know what she has been to you. I know what she has been to him. I do not think you owe her anything. But I think, perhaps, the world does. Yours in exasperation and some affection. Tyrion. Caitlin read it twice. Daenerys Targaryen was a presence in her life the way storms were, felt mostly in their aftermath. The roads that brought Dornish fruit north bore her mark. The treaties that let Braavosi coin jingle in Winterfell's chests bore her seal. The older soldiers in Winterfell's yard still swore under their breath in her name, sometimes as a curse, sometimes as a prayer. Catelyn had seen her only twice. Once as a small girl, peering around Rickon's elbow in the Great Hall, while a silver-haired woman in plain wool spoke with their mother in a low voice. Once more, years later when she'd gone south with Sansa for a council session. Daenerys had been thinner then, but her hair had still gleamed. Her eyes still burned when she spoke of things that needed doing. "She looked at you like she knew you," Rickon murmured, eyes on Sansa, like she was measuring you against someone only she could see. "She was," Sansa said. Catelyn looked up sharply. "Who?" she asked. "Me," Sansa said simply. "When I was a girl, when I still believed crowns solved anything, when I still thought the game could be won if I played it cleverly enough." She looked down at the letter. "And Jon. Always Jon. She wants to die here?" Rickon asked. Sansa's fingers tightened on the scroll. "She wants to die where the man she loved refused to be the thing she wanted," Sansa said. "Because he refused to be the thing anyone wanted. Perhaps she thinks that will help her let go." "May, will you let her?" Catelyn asked softly. Sansa looked at her daughter. "What do you think?" she asked. Catelyn almost said, "It's not my place." She swallowed the words. "They say she burned cities in other lives," she said instead carefully. "They say, in other ways everything could have gone. She took what was hers with fire and blood and never let it go. They say Uncle Jon put a knife in her heart in a dark room once, in a story that never fully happened." She took a breath. "But that's not who she is here. Not entirely. Here she came north when we needed her. Here she argued for hours instead of burning men when they disagreed. Here she left when she could have stayed and ruled alone. If she wants to die in a place that taught her a different way to be, I don't think we have the right to say no." "Marty," Rickon whistled softly. "You've been listening to the quieter stories," he said. Catelyn hunched a shoulder. "They make more sense," she muttered. "Songs are too neat." Sansa's mouth curved, but her eyes were bright. "Very well," she said. "We'll send word. She's welcome. We'll make ready. And for her?" Rickon asked. "For her," Sansa said. "And for what comes with her." "You mean the dragon," Catelyn said. "I mean the rest of the world," Sansa said quietly. "It never travels alone." Daenerys came with the first serious snow. Word outran her. Ravens bearing the council's other letters arrived days after the first, like a flock of fretful crows. Tyrion's neat script detailed treaties and disputes, proposals for new roads, arguments about coinage. Other hands brought other worries. Volantene guilds pressing for more influence. A group of Westerosi lords muttering that the council had grown too strong, too meddlesome. A rising cult somewhere in the Reach that preached quietism, urging men to lay down their tools and let the Great Pattern decide. "They call it the stillness," Rickon said, flipping a page. "Their high priest stands for hours without moving and says he's listening to the world think. Sounds like a man napping on his feet and calling it holiness," Sansa said tartly. "But apathy spreads faster than zeal, in my experience. We'll have to watch them." "We?" Catelyn repeated. Sansa slid Tyrion's last letter across the table to her, in the careful hand. "Which brings me to my other point. The council is creaking. We have done well to get this far without stabbing one another. But we are old, Sansa. Gray. We sit and argue and remember what things cost, which is useful. But we are also tired. We need new blood. Not just in the body of the council, but in its hands and eyes. We need people who were born after the long night, who don't remember the fear the same way, but remember the mending. Send us someone. One of yours. Not Rickon. We need him in the north, stubbornly refusing to be impressed by Southerners. Someone who listens to songs but questions them. Someone who knows what John was to you and to the world, and yet is not crushed under the weight of it. In short, send Caitlin. She's been reading my letters over your shoulder for years. Let her read them at my table instead." Caitlin's heart thudded. "May?" she said. Rickon crowed with laughter. "I knew it," he said. "I told Wolkin you were too nosy to stay caged up here forever." "I am not nosy," Caitlin protested, cheeks hot. I like to know what's happening." "That's different." "That's exactly the same," Rickon said. Sansa was watching her. "What do you think?" she asked. Caitlin's first instinct was to refuse. To insist that she was needed here, to copy letters, to help with tallies, to keep Benjen from falling through lake ice, and to remind Rickon that scowling at the accounts didn't make them balance. To say that she didn't know enough, hadn't seen enough, was too young. The words felt like cobwebs in her mouth. She thought of John's stone face, of the way his eyes seemed to look past her when she talked, as if seeing something else entirely. She thought of the stories where he'd gone to every place the world told him he should be. A wall, a throne, a pyre, and then stepped sideways. "I think," she said slowly, "that you need someone to go make sure all those old men in King's Landing remember what Uncle John died for, and that I'm tired of hearing of Southrons only through songs and complaints." She lifted her chin. "I'll go." Rickon whooped. Sansa smiled, a slow, proud thing. "I thought you might," she said. They prepared as Winterfell always prepared for partings. There were cloaks and spare cloaks, boots and spare boots. There were bundles of letters to carry, wrapped in oiled leather, small gifts to bring to old friends, quiet instructions about who would oversee what in her absence. "You'll be my eyes there," Sansa told her one night, in the Godswood. The snow fell soft, catching in the red leaves. "And my voice when you must." "I'm not you," Caitlin said. "Good," Sansa said. "This realm can only survive so many of me. Be yourself. But remember, when you speak at that table, you do so with the weight of the North behind you. That doesn't mean you can't make mistakes. It means you must admit them when you do." "I won't," Caitlin began hotly. "Yes, you will," Sansa interrupted. "You're stubborn. You're a Stark. You'll misjudge. You'll say no when you should say maybe, or yes when you should say not yet. The trick John never quite learned until the end was that the first choice is never the last. The story keeps going. You can bend, change, mend. Caitlin swallowed. "Is that what he did?" she asked. "Mend?" "In his way," Sansa said. "He gave us the chance to." The day Daenerys arrived, the sky was a low, iron gray. Word came of her approach long before she landed. Men on the towers shaded their eyes and pointed south, where a dark speck moved against the clouds. Children ran through the yards shouting. Dogs barked. Horses tossed their heads in their stalls. Caitlin stood on the wall walk with Rickon and Sansa, cloak drawn tight. She'd seen Drogon before. Once, from a distance above King's Landing, wheeling like a shadow. Now she watched as the great beast labored through the northern sky, wings beating slow and powerful. He was not the sleek terror of the older songs. Age had thickened his joints, dulled the shine of some scales. One wingtip dragged slightly, making his path wobble. He was still magnificent. As he drew closer, Caitlin saw the figure on his back. Smaller than she remembered. Wrapped in furs, hair pale against the dragon's dark hide. Drogon circled Winterfell once, as if paying his respects, then came down in the outer yard with a rush of wind and snow. Men staggered. Horses squealed. The dragon's talons sank deep into frozen earth, steam curling from his nostrils. Daenerys slid down with careful hands. She was thinner. Her face had sharpened into fine bones, the skin stretched tight. Silver hair hung in a single thick braid down her back, threaded with bits of leather and dull metal. Her eyes, when she lifted them to the castle, still burned. Jon is dead, Catelyn thought, suddenly and painfully. But she remembers. Sansa went down to meet her with no banner ahead of her, no trumpets. Just a woman in a gray cloak walking toward another woman in white furred leather. They stopped 3 paces apart. "Your Grace," Sansa said. "Lady of Winterfell," Daenerys replied. For a heartbeat, their faces were masks. Then Daenerys laughed, softly. "You would greet a dying woman with a title we agreed to retire 30 years ago," she said. "Stubborn wolf. You would insist on flying an old dragon through my snow rather than let a litter carry you in dignity," Sansa said dryly. Stubborn dragon. Some of the watching men relaxed, just a fraction. Daenerys... Wait. For a moment, Catelyn thought she would fall. Sansa reached out without thinking, caught her elbow. The Dragon Queen's fingers dug into her forearm like talons. "Easy," Sansa said. "I am... less than I was," Daenerys murmured. "You are still here," Sansa said. "That's enough." They took her inside. Catelyn watched, heart thudding, as Daenerys' gaze swept the yard. It lingered on the broken tower, on the inner gate, on the high, snow-furred ramparts. When it reached Catelyn, the old woman's eyes paused. For a moment, just a flicker, Catelyn saw something like recognition. She wondered, absurdly, if Daenerys saw Jon in her face. She did not ask. That night, Winterfell's hall was as warm as it had ever been. The benches were full. Not with every man and woman in the castle. Daenerys' heart could not endure such clamor, but with representatives of each corner of their little world. Rickon sat to Sansa's right. Tyrion, grayer now than not, sat to her left, leaning on a cane. Davos had come north with them, his beard more white, his eyes as steady as ever. Yara Greyjoy limped to a place near the fire, her hair cropped short, a knife at her belt. Catelyn took her seat halfway down the table. She watched as Sansa rose. "Winterfell welcomes you," her mother said, voice carrying clear over the clatter of mugs. "What we have is yours, for as long as you wish it. Food, fire, rest, quarrels. I cannot promise we won't drag you into the last, but I can promise you need not lead them." The hall chuckled. Daenerys stood slowly. Her hands trembled on the edge of the table. Her breath came a little short. But when she straightened, Catelyn saw in her the same woman who had once stared down the lords of Westeros and told them they would learn a new way or burn. "Thank you," Daenerys said. She did not waste words. Age had honed her tongue as it had her face. "I will not speak long," she said. "I have done enough of that. All my life I have been called by names that were supposed to say who I must be. Stormborn, Unburnt, Mother, Queen, Breaker of Chains. They were armor and banner and prison. Some I chose, some I did not. In one story I never fully walked. They became shackles I brought on myself." Silence fell, deep and focused. "In this world," she said, "I have tried to be something else. Not less, but wider. To sit at tables instead of thrones. To argue instead of command. To listen as well as speak." She smiled faintly. "I have not always succeeded. You were there, some of you. You saw me fail. You saw me fly away rather than burn this hall when I first came north and found old grudges waiting." Her eyes met Sansa's. The two women shared a look like a sword laid flat between them. "You taught me," Daenerys said quietly. "All of you. You and Jon Snow and the dead and the living and the small folk. And even the men who muttered that a dragon should never have to ask anyone anything." Her gaze swept the hall. "I wanted to die in the place where I learned how to be. More than my names," she said. "You don't owe me this, but you have given it anyway. For that, I thank you." She sat down. The hall did not roar. It exhaled. Men raised cups. Women bowed their heads. Someone at the far end began a low, wordless song. a northern thing older than any words for dragons. Caitlin watched Daenerys' hands. They shook as she lifted her mug. Wine slopped over the side. Sansa, without ceremony, took it from her and replaced it with one half as full. "You'll sleep now," Sansa said under the noise. "You can make more speeches tomorrow if you must." "I mustn't," Daenerys said, a ghost of mischief in her eyes. "That's the point." Caitlin slipped away. The hall's warmth sat heavy on her skin. She needed air. Outside, the snow fell thick and soft. Torches guttered in their brackets, halos of light in the dark. The sky was low, clouds hiding stars. She found herself walking toward the godswood. The heart tree's branches drooped under the new snow. Its red leaves shivered. Faces carved centuries ago, long, strange, watched her with empty eyes. The air smelled of sap and cold. "You came," a voice said. She started. There was a man sitting at the base of the weirwood, wrapped in furs. His hair was pale and thin, his face lined. He leaned on a staff. A raven perched on his shoulder, feathers ruffled. "Bran?" she said. "Caitlin," he replied. He looked old. Not as old as some of the stories made him. Some of those had turned him into a bearded sage with roots growing from his toes, but older than the last time she'd seen him. There was something lighter about him too, as if some weight had shifted off his shoulders and onto the ground. "How did you get here so quickly?" she asked. "We only sent the ravens." "I didn't," he said. "I've been here a while, or a part of me has." He tapped the weirwood's trunk. "Hard to tell sometimes," he admitted. She sank onto the snow in front of him, then thought better of it and perched on a root. "You came to see her," she said. "Daenerys?" "I came to see you all," he said. "But, yes, her as well." "You knew," Caitlin said. "About her heart, did he?" "I knew she would die," Bran said. "I didn't know how. The futures are blurrier now." "That's good. But some things stand out. Bright knots. People who have carried too much. She's one. No, bye. She doesn't look ready to let go," Caitlin said softly. "Few do," Bran said. "Even when they are. Especially when they have spent their lives trying to hold the world together by sheer stubbornness. Like you," Caitlin said before she could stop herself. His mouth twitched. "I've let go of more than you think," he said. "I'm only a stitch now. Once I was more like the whole cloth." "Who has the rest?" she asked. He tilted his head. "Everyone," he said. The godswood creaked. Caitlin rubbed her gloved hands together. "Tyrion wants me on the council," she blurted. "Mother agreed. I said yes. I leave with them when they go." "I know," Bran said. "Of course you do," she muttered. He smiled. "You're afraid," he said. "I'm not," she lied automatically. "You are," he said. "Not of the work. You've been doing that in smaller ways for years, not of the South. You've read enough letters about it to be curious. You're afraid of something else. You're the three-eyed raven," she said. "You tell me." He was quiet a moment. "You're afraid," he said slowly, "that they will look at you and see Jon." Caitlin swallowed. "That they'll want me to be him," she said. "That they'll expect me to say the right thing at the right time. To shake hands with whatever horror crawls out of the dark next and say no in a way that magically fixes everything. And I'm not him. I haven't died 100 times. I haven't seen what he saw. I have only stories. And my own sense, it doesn't seem like enough." Bran leaned back against the tree. "It had to be him," he said. "At the end. To do what he did. To take all those lives and forge with them. No one else could have borne that. But he did it so that it wouldn't have to be him next time. Or anyone like him. Duh. What if there is a next time?" she demanded, voice low and fierce. "What if something else comes? The stillness, or the dragons deciding they're tired of listening to us? Or that strange magic you keep muttering about in your letters from beyond Ashai? What if the world tries to force destinies on me the way it did on him? Then you say no in your own way, Bran said. Not his. That's the trick. The world doesn't need another Jon Snow. It needs a Catelyn Stark who understands why Jon chose what he did, but isn't bound to make his choices again. Nani? Benga. She stared at him. That sounds very wise, she said. It is, he agreed. I stole it from 3 different old women and a fisherman. She huffed a laugh despite herself. The council is creaking, Bran went on. Tyrion wasn't wrong. They're clever, and they care, but they're tired. They see patterns from the old world and try to fit this new one into them. You were born after. You know only the half-mended world. You'll see different things. Nah. Or miss things, she said. Of course, he said. That's why there are many of you. You and Sansa and Rickon and Arya and Daenerys captains and the farmer from the Crownlands Tyrion keeps inviting back just to annoy everyone. No one is the answer alone. You make it sound so. She searched for the word. Ordinary. It is, he said. That's the point. We've had enough of miracles. A raven flapped down, landed on his staff, and cocked its head at her. I'm supposed to tell you something else, Bran said. She waited. He closed his eyes, listening to something she could not hear. Jon is proud of you, he said. Her throat closed. That's not possible, she whispered. He's gone. Gone where? Bran asked gently. You walk in a world that remembers. In rivers and trees and stories. You think he doesn't? You think all those other lives you've heard told just stopped because one man stopped breathing in a hut by a river? He's not. Watch him. Not like I do. He's not peering over your shoulder and muttering about your posture. He's simply present in the choices you make differently because of what he once did. No, that's not pride, she said, voice raw. That's legacy. Rand shrugged. Words. The Godswood was very quiet. I miss him, she said. So do I, Bran said. So does the world in its own way. That doesn't mean it needs him back. She blew out a trembling breath. What should I do? She asked. At the council. Listen, he said. Think. Remember that the first choice is rarely the last. And when the world starts to harden around a single story again, when it says this is how things must be, this is the only way, there is no alternative, remember him. And say no. Nay. To what? She asked. To that, he said simply. When the Dragon Queen left Winterfell, she did so in a wooden box. Daenerys died 10 days after her arrival, in a small chamber off the Godswood. Sansa found her sitting up in bed, looking out at the snow. Her eyes were very clear. Her skin was the color of old parchment. Do you regret it? Sansa had asked quietly, sitting at the foot of the bed. Regret what? Daenerys had asked. Not taking it, Sansa said. The throne, the crown, the old way. If you had, perhaps your heart wouldn't have worked quite so hard. Daenerys had laughed, soft and rusty. I regret many things, she'd said. But not that. Fire consumes, Sansa. It's what it does. If I'd sat that throne alone, I would have burned the world trying to make it better. This way. She gestured vaguely toward the window. At least it's only my heart that burned out. She died with her hand resting on the furs, as if feeling for snow. Now her body lay in a plain pine coffin on a wain, covered with a cloth that bore no sigil. Drogon flew low above it, keening, his shadow passing over the packed crowd in the yard like a dark cloud. Men and women bowed their heads as the procession moved out through Winterfell's gate. Some crossed themselves in the southern fashion. Others whispered old Valyrian words. A few simply watched, faces unreadable. Catelyn stood on the wall and watched until dragon and coffin were small against the horizon. Where will they take her? She asked. Rickon beside her shrugged. Some say Dragonstone, he said. Some say the Dothraki Sea, some say Ashai, where all strange things end up. Tyrion says it's nobody's business but those who loved her. I agree. Catelyn nodded. She wondered where Jon would have wanted to lie. By his river? Beneath a weirwood? In some hall between worlds? He's already where he needs to be, she thought. In us. When she rode south with Tyrion and Davos a week later, the snow fell behind them and the sky ahead was a hard, clear blue. The road felt different. She had walked it before, as a girl, gawking at every way station. Now she saw it with two sets of eyes, Catelyn's, curious and skeptical, and something else in her that had listened to Bran and Stone and stories, and knew how easily roads could carry both good and ill. At Moat Cailin she looked out over the neck and saw, in her mind's eye, a sea of dead frozen in place. At the Trident she saw dragons wheeling over fields and high rivers churned black with ash. In every inn, she heard songs that spoke of Jon Snow in a dozen different ways. She corrected none of them. "What's it like?" she asked Tyrion one night, as they sat by a fire in a crowded common room. "The council. Like being trapped in a room with 7 of the most stubborn people alive, and asked to divide a single loaf of bread fairly between them while they each insist the others eat first," he said dryly, "and then argue about whose knife to use." "That sounds exhausting," she said. "It is," he said. "It's also the best thing I've ever been part of." "Why?" she asked. He sipped his wine. "Because we are all, every one of us, painfully aware of what we might be instead," he said. "I have been hand to a mad king and a bastard princeling. Daenerys was born to be a conqueror. Sansa was raised to be decoration and learned to be a knife. Davos knows what kings do to small folk. Yara knows what captains do. We all have our nightmares. We sit at that table to keep them from happening again. We sit at that table to keep them from happening again." "And me?" she asked. "You," he said, "are there to remind us that the story isn't finished, that all our fears are of old monsters, that there are new ones we cannot see, and new hopes we're too cynical to believe in. You're there to irritate me by pointing out when I am thinking like a Lannister when I mean to think like a man." "And," she smiled despite herself. "And to say no," she said quietly. "And to say no," he agreed, "when everyone else has talked themselves into yes." King's Landing surprised her. She'd expected ruins. The last time she'd seen it, it had been a city in transition. Half rubble, half scaffolding, dragons' shadows still burned into the memory of its streets. Now, decades later, it was lived in. The scars were still there. You couldn't unburn a street. But the new buildings that had grown up among the old had not tried to pretend nothing had happened. Narrow houses leaned against their older neighbors like children against tired parents. Markets spilled into squares where once only lords had walked. The great septee had not been rebuilt to its former glory. A smaller, plainer one served instead, surrounded by gardens rather than courtyards. The Red Keep rose above it all, but its outline had changed. One tower gone, replaced by a terraced garden. The blackened dome on another left as it was, a dark reminder among clean stone. The throne room, when she entered it for the first time as a member-to-be of the council, took her breath. Not because of grandeur, because of absence. The Iron Throne still stood at the far end, rusted and listing. Dust lay thick on its blades. Ivy had begun to creep up one leg. No one had cleaned it. No one had polished it. It was not an altar. It was an old sword left hanging on a wall to remind men what steel could do. In the center of the hall stood a great round table of dark wood, its surface carved with a map of Westeros. Catelyn walked toward it, boots echoing on stone, heart thudding. Men and women already sat in some of the chairs. Yara sat with one boot up on a rung, laughing with a Stormlander whose name Catelyn didn't know. A dark-skinned woman from Dorne leaned back, arms folded, listening. A plump man in merchant's robes nervously shuffled a sheaf of papers. A farmer in plain wool scratched his beard, unimpressed by the surroundings. At the head of the table, such as it was, an empty chair waited. Tyrion went to his place with the ease of long habit. Davos took his own, nodding to Catelyn as if to say, "It's just another deck. Don't wobble." Sansa hadn't come south this time. Rickon had suggested she might turn to stone if she sat in this hall again. She'd snorted and said she had better things to do than listen to Reachman argue about wine. She'd sent Catelyn in her stead with a kiss and a muttered, "Try not to set anything on fire." Catelyn took the empty chair. It felt unremarkable. The wood creaked. The map beneath her hand was worn smooth where many fingers had traced the same rivers and hills. It smelled faintly of oil and old smoke. "Catelyn Stark of Winterfell," Tyrion said, rapping his knuckles on the table. "Welcome. You've read all my letters about this wretched contraption. May as well see it in person." She looked at the faces around the circle. Old, young, noble, common. Retainers stood behind some. Others had come alone. No one bowed to anyone. They nodded. They squinted. They sniffed. "Thank you," Catelyn said. She expected a speech rising in her throat. Something about Jon, about fate, about the forge. Nothing came. Instead, she heard her mother's voice. Bran's, Brun's, Tyrion's, Daenerys, D. Jon's whisper, somewhere deep. "We have work," she said simply. "Let's get on with it." The first argument she stepped into was about the stillness. The cult had grown faster than anyone expected. What began as a handful of men in a Reach town preaching that peace lay in accepting one's place had swelled into gatherings of thousands. People tired of fear, of hunger, of change, listened to the Still One, as he called himself, and felt something loosen in their chests. "He tells them the world has a shape," said the Dornish woman on Catelyn's second day, voice tight. "That there is one story we all serve. That all our striving does nothing but make knots that hurt more when they're pulled. He tells them to lay down their tools, their weapons, their aspirations, to sit, to be still, to let the great pattern work through them." "Sounds restful," Yara grunted. "I could use a bit of that." "It's not just rest," the merchant said nervously. "It's withdrawal. Farmers aren't planting. Fishermen aren't going out. They say if the gods want us fed, we'll be fed. If not, starving is part of their plan. That will spread famine," Davos said bluntly. "Not just among them, among everyone." "We can't outlaw faith," Tyrion said. "We tried that. It made things worse. And we can't drag men from their prayer mats and force them to fish. You can hammer hope and will into anyone. I've watched enough kings try." "We can't do nothing," Catelyn said. All eyes went to her. Her heart thudded. She thought of Jon facing the Night King, of the way he'd refused to draw his sword at first, of the way he had taken the cold hand and said no. She was 19. She knew very little of the world, compared to these others. But she knew what she felt when she heard of the stillness, a creeping, suffocating fear. "It's a different kind of winter," she said slowly. "Not the kind that comes from ice and dead things. The kind that comes from giving up, from saying we have no choice." She looked around the table. "Jon fought the dead. We're fighting stories now. The story that says we are only pieces on some god's board, that there's nothing we can do but lie down when we're told." "A comfortable story," Tyrion said. "I've told it to myself often." "We don't fight it by making another story just as rigid," Catelyn said. "By saying everyone must strive, must fight, must never rest. That's just another pattern, another cage. We fight it by showing there are choices, that a man can rest and still plant his beans, that a woman can pray and still raise her children, that the world isn't either stillness or chaos, but both in turn." "How?" Yara asked bluntly. "With pamphlets? Potatoes?" "Yes," Catelyn said. "And with not treating the Still One like the Night King. He isn't a monster. He's a man who has found a story that helps him and is trying to force it on everyone else. If we try to wipe him out, we make him a martyr. If we let him do as he likes, people starve." "No, Dawa. So? The farmer asked. So we talked to him, Caitlin said. Not from here. From there. You want to send someone into his camp, Tyrion said. To walk with him, to sit with him, to listen, to argue. Yes, Caitlin said. More than one. A maester. A septon. A woman from the mother house. A farmer who has seen a child die of hunger. Someone who believes in him and is starting to doubt. Not to shout him down. To tell other stories in the same circle. Me and the king. Doa. And if he convinces them instead? Davos asked. Then we will know his story is stronger and ours needs work, Caitlin said. The world is a forge, Bran says. We don't win by smashing the other man's metal. We win by making ours more true, more useful, more kind. Silence followed. Tyrion rubbed his nose. You are going to be very annoying, he said. Endlessly insisting we talk to people we'd rather avoid. Jon would have taken a sword to that camp. Jon did take a sword to things that needed it, she said. He also took a hand when he had to. I'm not him. I'm not facing a winter of blue-eyed corpses. I'm facing a man who, however wrong he may be, is still breathing. The tools are different. You'll need to go, Yara said. Caitlin blinked. May? You suggested it, Yara said. You go. Take your stories. Take your stubbornness. Take whatever it is your brother sees in you. The council will send you with letters and guards. You'll talk to this still one and see what you can learn. Caitlin's stomach dropped. Hey, I thought, she began, that you'd suggest someone else? Tyrion asked gently. She flushed. It's not that I'm unwilling, she said. It's always just, Davos said. Just the wrong time. Just not ready. Just someone else's job. If you mean what you say, girl, you go. She thought of the valley where Jon had died. Of the way he had not wanted any of what came to him and had gone anyway. She thought of Bran's words. The world doesn't need another Jon Snow. It needs a Caitlin Stark. She took a breath. I'll go, she said. The road to the stillness was not lined with corpses. It was lined with people sitting very, very still. Caitlin rode past fields left and tilled, past boats drawn up on the bank above a river, and left to rot. Men and women sat in circles beneath trees, hands folded, eyes closed. A child, perhaps 5, watched Caitlin's party pass with an expression too blank for his age. He did not wave. This is worse than any battlefield I've marched through, Davos muttered. He'd insisted on accompanying her, despite Caitlin's protests. At least on a field you know where you stand. Here they've put down their swords and their nets and their everything. What do they have left? Stories, Caitlin said. She dismounted on a low rise overlooking a broad meadow. Hundreds of people sat there, a gray-brown sea of wool and leather. Some wore noble colors dulled by dust. Others were nothing but simple shifts. They sat shoulder to shoulder, facing a single man at the center. He stood. He was unremarkable. That was, Caitlin thought, his power. He was neither tall nor short, neither handsome nor grotesque. He had a beard, threaded with white. His eyes were pale. He wore no sigil, no crown. His hands were empty. He raised one. The murmur of breath in the crowd ceased, as if someone had wrapped the meadow in wool. We have visitors, he said. His voice carried. They come from the south, where men think themselves clever. They come from the north, where men think themselves hard. They come from the council of those who believe they can shape the world with words. He smiled softly. We welcome them to silence. Caitlin swallowed. She walked down the hill. Her boots sank into damp earth. The air smelled of people and grass and the faint copper stink of hunger. Eyes followed her, curious, hostile, hopeful, blank. She stopped a few paces from the still one. Caitlin Stark, she said. Of Winterfell, of the council. We know your name, he said. We know your uncle's deeds. We know your mother's ruthlessness and your brother's steadiness. Names are heavy. You can set them down here. The world doesn't stop because you sit, she said. Fields don't plow themselves. Children don't feed themselves. Winter doesn't hold off because you've decided to be still. The world is as the gods make it, he said. Our striving changes nothing. It only tires us. Look how tired you all are. Look how you scramble and fight and argue. Did the dead come because we were not busy enough? Did dragons hatch because we did not pray correctly? No. Things happen as they must. We are only leaves in a stream. Let go. Float. Nani. If that were true, she said, Jon Snow could have stayed dead the first time. The Night King would have walked over his grave. You would be frozen in your silence. No one would be sitting here now. You think he changed something? The Still One asked. No. Gao. He was part of the pattern. The world needed a man to stand there and say no. He could not help but do it. You cannot help but be here. I cannot help but speak. We are not choosing. We are being pushed. Caitlin felt anger rise. Maybe, she said. Maybe some of it is patterns. Maybe some gods somewhere are playing with threads. Bran says so, but Jon chose anyway. He saw all the ways it could go. He saw himself crowned, dead, frozen, burning. And he said no to all of them. He said no to being used. He said yes to making something new. She gestured at the crowd. You tell them they can't change anything, she said. That they're pieces. That their pain and their joy don't matter because it's all part of some great story. That's easy. That lets them lay down their tools and say, not my fault. I'm telling them something harder. That their choices matter. That doing nothing is a choice. That sitting here while your children starve is an action, not inaction. Nay. Murmurs ran through the crowd. The Still One's eyes sharpened. And what do you offer them? He asked. More struggle? More nights lying awake wondering how to feed their families? More fear that if they fail, it's their fault, not the gods? Yes, she said. And food, and help, and the right to shape their lives, not have them shaped for them by your story or mine or anyone else. She raised her voice, turned it outward. My uncle died to give you the chance to choose something other than despair, she said. Not so you could pick a different despair that feels holy. If you want to pray, pray. If you want to sit still for an hour and listen to your breath, do it. Maybe you'll hear something worth hearing. But don't tell me a god wants your children thin and your fields bare. Don't tell me the best way to honor the pattern is to refuse to weave. Nay. A woman near the front flinched. My husband died in the long night, she said suddenly. My eldest on the ship that went to bring grain from Old Town. My youngest in the fever. I worked and it didn't matter. Nothing I did mattered. Nothing I did mattered. I came here because, she jerked her chin at the Still One. Said I could stop trying and it would be all right. That my sorrow meant something in some great design. Are you telling me it doesn't? No, Caitlin said softly. I'm telling you it does, but not the way he says. None. She stepped closer. I'm telling you your husband's death matters because you loved him, she said. Because you feel his absence. Because other men saw him die and decided not to let it happen again if they could help it. I'm telling you your eldest's death mattered because it taught some captain to be more careful, some shipwright to build stronger hulls, some council in a far city to listen when men like Davos say, don't sail in that season. I'm telling you your youngest's death mattered because the maesters have written down what helped and what didn't, and some child yet unborn will live. Me. Da. An. Domain. Cure. G. And they see. Ch. Go. Tor. Show. Dad. Tears spilled down the woman's cheeks. That doesn't bring them back, she whispered. No, Caitlin said. Nothing does. That was Joan's lesson too. Some things end. But we choose what to make of those endings. You can sit here and say, it's all the gods, Or you can take their memory and let it push your hand when you pick up a hoe. Both are stories. One leaves your field empty. Me. Kanda. Silence. The still one watched her. You would have them take the burden of the world onto their own backs, he said. Be little gods. That is pride. I would have them accept they are human, she said. That they are neither puppets nor gods. That they live in a world of other human beings whose choices tangle with theirs. That is hard enough. Hard, he said, is why I offer stillness. And choice, she said, is why I say no. She turned again to the crowd. Some of you will go, she said. Some of you will stay. I won't drag you away by the hair, much as I'd like to. But know this, we will be sending grain. We will be sending rope and nets and tools. If you choose to stay, you choose to let them rot. If you choose to rise, we'll be there. We'll be there. A murmur, louder this time. He told us the council didn't care, a man said. That they sat in their stone hall and talked themselves clever and left us to die. Sometimes we are too slow, she said. Sometimes we forget you. That's our fault, not the gods. That's why I'm here, to be irritating. A ripple of laughter, small but real. The still one's expression changed. Not to rage, not to grief, to tiredness. You think you can keep this up? He asked quietly, so only she and those nearest might hear. Fighting every story with another story? Saying no and no and no until your tongue dries out? No, she said. I think I can do my part while I live. And then someone else will do theirs. And someone else. John didn't end everything. He changed the shape of the ending. That's all. Nah. The man's shoulders slumped. You will burn out, he said. Maybe, she said. But I won't freeze. They stayed in the stillness camp for weeks. Caitlin argued. She listened. She watched men and women waver, some drifting back to their homes, some staying, some finding ways to blend stillness and action in their own lives. She watched the still one too, and saw in him not a monster, but a man who had lost everything, and found solace in giving up the burden of choice. You're not my enemy, she told him once, sitting with him under a tree. You're my warning. He blinked. You're arrogant, he said. Yes, she said. But not as arrogant as a god who thinks he knows what's best for everyone. When she rode back to King's Landing, Davos at her side. The fields looked not better. Not yet, but different. A few furrows had been dug. A few boats pushed out. The circles in the meadows were smaller. At the council, Yara slammed her fist on the table when Caitlin finished her report. Good, she said. Talk them half to death instead of stabbing them. John would be confused. Proud, but confused. Tyrion smiled crookedly. You said no, he said. In a new key. Caitlin thought of Jon's statue. Of Bran under the weirwood. Of Daenerys' empty chair at the table. She looked at the old, rusting throne at the far end of the hall. It leaned a little further than it had before. We all do, she said. The world did not suddenly become wise because one girl from Winterfell learned to talk instead of cut. New threats came. Old grudges flared. Dragons grew sick and well again. Ships sank. Plagues cropped up and were beaten back. Councils changed members. Children grew. But whenever the world tried to twist itself back into a single story, when someone stood up and said, "This is how it must be," because it has always been thus, there were people now who remembered Jon Snow, and the woman who died in Winterfell's Godswood, and the boy who sat under trees seeing too much, and the girl who went to a camp of people who'd given up and told. They said no, not always well, not always in time, but they said it. In Winterfell's crypt, dust gathered on Jon's stone shoulders. Snow fell softly on the world he'd left behind. Somewhere in the roots of the trees, in the flow of rivers, and the hum of markets and the quiet of men sitting by hearths thinking about their choices, something like him remained. Not a ghost, not a god, a possibility. Waiting, not to be chosen, but to remind those who came after that they could choose. And in a hall in King's Landing, under the shadow of a throne that had forgotten how to matter, Catelyn Stark of Winterfell sat at a round table, listening, thinking, arguing, living. Not a king, not a hero, a forge in her own small way. In the end, that was how the world went on. Catelyn discovered that the truly dangerous arguments on the council didn't begin with shouting. They began with agreement. When the first murmurs started, they rose like a pleasant breeze around the table. Light, smiling, harmless. "We're all in accord on that, surely," said Lord Alan Merryweather, his rings flashing as he gestured over the map. "The Stormlands can't hold that coastline alone. These raids from the Stepstones are more organized every year. They're not the usual rabble. They're coordinated. Their captains even write letters now," added the Dornish woman, Nereza Sand, dryly. "Very polite ones. Please pay this much in coin or we'll burn your ships and sell your crews. They call it a tariff. They've taken 4 towns in the last 2 years," Davos said. "Small ones, aye, but each one holds a harbor that used to send grain and trade up the Mander. Now it all flows through them. They set the prices. They decide who sails. They call themselves the Tide," Tyrion said, tapping the stepstones on the map with the end of his quill. "Very poetic. They seem to enjoy the notion of being inevitable." Catelyn watched the circle of faces. No one liked the Tide. That much was clear. Yara scowled. Nereza's mouth was a flat line. The farmer from the Crownlands, Hal, who still wore mud-cracked boots to council meetings, looked ready to spit. "It isn't just raids," Hal said. "Their men come inland. Recruit in the villages. Offer steady coin, boots that fit, a share of plunder. Folk who have never seen the sea follow them. They say the Tide will wash the world clean of old grievances. That no lord will be above another when the water's the same height in every harbor." "They're building a kingdom," Nereza said. "Or something like one." "Something like worse than one," Tyrion muttered. "Kingdoms at least pretend to care about the land between their ports. These people don't seem to see fields at all, only docks." "We'll need a fleet," Alan said smoothly. "Something large enough to challenge them. Ships from the north, from the Reach, from the Isles, from everywhere. And someone to command it. Someone whose word will be law at sea, not subject to debate in this hall while the Tide steals another harbor." There it was. Catelyn felt the shift, subtle as a current under her feet. The room leaned toward the idea before anyone named it. "A High Admiral," muttered the Stormlander, Lord Carandee. "Or a Sea King. Call it what you like, someone must." "No," Yara cut in. "Not a Sea King. We've had those. My father called himself that. It ended with a smoking pike and corpses on the rocks. You give one man that title and he'll start believing the sea sings only for him." "Nay. Then call him something else," Alan said impatiently. "My point stands. We need a single will at sea, someone to move ships without having to come bowed-headed to this table for every oar's length." Eyes drifted to Catelyn. Not all at once. Not obviously. But when questions about single wills were raised, when talk turned to tides and inevitability, people looked at the Stark who had once walked into the camp of the Stillness and come back with half their followers scattering to plow. "A woman from the Vale," Lady Mira smiled faintly. "Your uncle would have worn such a title," she said. "King of the Night, Warden of the Wall, Defender of the Living. Whatever we named him, it came down to the same thing. When Wintercare came, we looked to one man to decide." Catelyn held her cup carefully. "Jon Snow accepted titles when he must," she said, "and laid them down when he could. He wasn't a template for every problem the world throws at us. But The principle is sound, Alan insisted. When an enemy as united as the tide rises, you cannot throw committees at them. You must meet tide with tide. No. The ocean is not one thing, Caitlin said. It's currents, eddies, storms, doldrums. Many forces. That's why ships keep surprising us. So build our own tide, Nerissa said, eyes hooded. One answer to theirs. We are not talking about a crown. Only a temporary concentration of authority. A marshal at sea. Temporary, Tyrion repeated under his breath. The second most dangerous word in governance. The first, Caitlin asked quietly. Obviously, he said. Aesin, obviously. This cannot go wrong. Davos leaned forward, elbows on the table. We're all dancing around it, he said. We have a problem. The tide. We need someone to handle them. The question isn't whether we should give someone the task. It's how we keep them from turning into what we're fighting. Caitlin met his eyes. He'd sailed through too many storms to be seduced by tidy metaphors. He knew the sea was a thing you respected or drowned in. What if we don't build a tide? She asked. What if we build a chain? They looked at her. A chain? Alan said. You'd tie ships together. That's madness. The first storm. Not ships, Caitlin said. People. Responsibility. No. She touched 3 points on the map. Dot. White Harbor. Old Town. The island of Tarth. 3 admirals, she said. Each with authority in their seas. Each bound by oath to answer to a joint command. Call it the chain. When the council declares an emergency. No one voice at the top. 3. Each can veto the other's madness. Each can act when the others dither. 3 captains rowing in different directions. Alan scoffed. Not if we choose them well, Nerissa said slowly. One from a trading city. One from a war fleet. One from a place that has more to lose than gain from either plunder or tariffs. Nani? Tarth, Davos said at once. Little island, big heart, good harbors, always stuck in the middle of other men's wars. They'd take the job just to make sure no one forgets they exist. 3, Tyrion mused. Not one, not too many. The old maesters used to say that where 3 wise men are in a room, a fool can be outvoted. Where 3 fools are, no wise man can save them. The trick is to have at least one of the former. We'd still need to agree on them, Lord Caron said. Name names. Weather the outrage from every lord who thinks he deserves the post. No. Yes, Caitlin said. We will. That's the work. What we should not do is hand everything to one man and call it simple. You dislike simple, Alan said. I dislike lies, she said. Simple is a lie. The Night King was simple. One mind, one goal, one silence. We beat him by being many. I don't mean to imitate him because it's convenient. A hum of assent went around the table. Ellen looked annoyed, but not defeated. He was too intelligent to stay married to a bad idea once the wind turned. Already Caitlin could see him rearranging his thoughts, slotting himself into a vision of 3 admirals. Perhaps as one of them. You'll have to fight them, Yara said. The tide, with words and ships both. The question remains, who speaks when the chain speaks? Who signs the orders? Who stands on the prow? We do, Caitlin said simply. All of us. We send them with our names at the bottom. Every war to come will be ours, not some great man's personal crusade. As if that will stop songs from putting it on one pair of shoulders, Tyrion murmured. Songs can do as they like, Caitlin said. We'll know better. The argument did not end there. Nothing ever did on the council. It flowed into hours of naming candidates, debating their loyalties, their temperaments, their weaknesses. Letters were drafted and dispatched. Galleys were built in far harbors, keels laid down with curses and hope mixed in the tar. When the first chain fleet set sail years later, a scattering of banners over a coherent line of hulls, Caitlin stood on the parapets of King's Landing's rebuilt walls and watched the masts dwindle. They'll make a ballad of this, Nerissa said beside her. 3 admirals in 3 seas, the tide breaking against the chain. It will be the wrong shape, Caitlin said. Yes, Nerissa said. But ours will be right. That's what matters. For a time, the world settled into a new pattern. There were smaller storms, of course. A plague in the riverlands that turned men's eyes yellow and their tempers quick. A disagreement between Bravosi bankers and Volantine captains that threatened to choke the narrow sea with idle ships. A dry summer in Dorne that left the wells low and tempers high. The council met. It argued. It sent grain and healers and negotiators with slim purses and sharp words. It made mistakes. It corrected them when it could. Caitlin found, to her grudging satisfaction, that half the work of a forge was smacking mistakes straight while they were still hot enough to bend. She aged into the work. Her face hardened where it needed to. It softened where she let it. She learned to drink only enough wine to loosen tongues, not enough to dull thought. She learned which lords would respond to shame, which to flattery, which to careful fear. She learned to see when a problem could be solved with coins, and when it needed a story. She went home when she could. Winterfell changed as slowly and steadily as the land around it. Some old stones fell and were rebuilt. New carvings appeared on the walls, ships with dragon heads, men and women around a table instead of a throne. The gods' wood grew as it always had, indifferent to politics. Sansa's hair went more white than red. Rickon married a woman from White Harbor and named his first son Ned. Benjen, the youngest, fell in love with a woman from the Reach and brought her north, scandalizing old men and delighting children with tales of rivers full of blossoms. On one visit, Caitlin found Sansa standing before Yon's statue, fingers resting lightly on the stone wolf's ear. "You're tired," Caitlin said. Sansa gave her a look. "And you aren't?" "I'm not Lord of Winterfell," Caitlin said. "You could step down, pass the chains to Rickon properly. He's doing the work already." "I will," Sansa said. "Soon. I wanted to see Daenerys laid in the earth, metaphorically speaking, before I let go. Now that she's gone, yes, it's time. The North deserves a lord whose knees don't ache so much in the cold." "You'll still sit behind him and murmur in his ear," Caitlin said. "Of course," Sansa replied. "I've never been good at letting go entirely. Unlike some people." They both looked up at Jon's stone face. "Do you think he would be pleased?" Sansa asked quietly. "At what you've done? At what we've turned his no into?" Caitlin thought about it. "I don't know," she said. "I think he'd be annoyed by how long everything takes. He'd want faster answers, cleaner ones. But I think he'd be glad we don't expect a single man to fix everything anymore. Not if that man is him." Sansa nodded. "Then that will have to be enough," she said. It was, for a while. Then the dreams began. Not Caitlyn's at first. A girl in the Westerlands, a blacksmith's apprentice with arms like braided rope, woke one night screaming about fire rolling through streets she'd never seen. Smoke clung to her hair for hours afterward, no matter how much she washed. A boy in Old Town fainted in the streets and woke babbling about blue-eyed corpses climbing a wall twice as high as any that had ever been. He had never gone north of the arbor in his life. A septon in the Vale stopped mid-sermon, eyes gone blank, and began reciting in a flat voice the names of every man who'd died at the Trident under Rhaegar's falling standard. Men who'd been nothing to him but lines in a history book. The maesters wrote it down. They did not send ravens at once. They treated it as an oddity, a cluster of coincidences. But the accounts kept coming. A woman in Dorne weeping salt tears and speaking Old Tongue, though she'd never learned it. A child in Bravos humming a melody no one recognized until a visiting northerner flinched and said, "That's the song they sang when the Night's Watch rode to Hardhome." A fisherman near White Harbor woke shivering from a dream of a dragon burning a city of domes and towers. "Not ours," he insisted to his frightened wife. "Not this one, another. But I smelled it. Gods, I smelled it." Caitlin saw the pattern sooner than she liked. She sat in the council chamber while a harried maester from Old Town read out the latest compilation, his voice shaking. And in Gulltown, he finished, a girl of 7 who has never left the Vale described in exact detail the Battle of the Bastards, including movements of cavalry and names of men, not in any song, but in reports we only just unearthed from the Citadel's sealed records. How? Nerissa asked. The maester licked his lips. We don't know, he said. We suspect some disruption of memory, of the way time and sight used to be held. We thought, when the three-eyed raven reduced his presence, that it would mean fewer such leakages. Instead, we have more. Nami, Ayun, Terabori, Awun, Awa. Bran? Caitlin said. The maester glanced at her. He wrote to us, he said. He says the roots are moving, growing in directions he doesn't always expect. They're looking for balance, for ways to carry what they carry without crushing those who carry them. He says some of the excess may be spilling over. Tyrion rubbed his face. In common tavern speech, he said, the world remembers too much, and it's leaking. Yes, the maester said helplessly. Caitlin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft in the hall. Are these dreams harmful? She asked. Other than scaring the piss out of children and septons? Sometimes, the maester said. One boy almost drowned, thrashing as if under ice. A girl in Lannisport struck her head fleeing a fire that wasn't there. Mostly, though, they leave fear, a sense that nothing is solid, that the story can change out from under you, Hal the farmer said softly. Like the ground. That you might wake up and find you're not yourself anymore, but some other poor bastard who did something terrible once. Caitlin thought of John's other lives. She thought of Daenerys standing in their hall, speaking of names like armor and prison. She thought of Bran in the Godswood saying, I'd like to see what it's like to be surprised. What does he suggest? She asked. Bran, T. The maester consulted a second scroll. He says, he read slowly, remind them they are in the now, that the past is real but finished, that these flashes are echoes, not commands, that they may be useful if taken as warnings and not instructions. He suggests that you, his eyes flicked unexpectedly to Caitlin, tell them stories. Tyrion snorted softly. Oh, of course he does. Yara scowled. So the trees are coughing up nightmares from old roads, she said. And his grand plan is for us to tell better tales? Yes, Caitlin said. They looked at her. You're not surprised, Davos observed. I talked to the Still One, she said. I've watched men use stories to lay down their burdens and others use them to pick them up. If the world is leaking old endings into people's heads, the worst thing we could do is act like they're prophecies. The second worst is to pretend they're nothing. So we what? Nerissa asked. Stage plays? Have mummers go from town to town saying, Ice, yes, you saw the world burn in your sleep. But that was just one way it could have gone, don't worry. Yes, Caitlin said. In part. We send bards, septons, wise women, people who can stand in front of a frightened town and say, I have had bad dreams too, and I am still here. The thing you saw did not happen here now. It is an old ghost. Let it go. We arm them with stories, Tyrion said quietly. Not of what might have been, of what is. Of how this world is different because one man refused to be tied to one ending. And we teach them to name the difference between a warning and a command, Caitlin said. That's subtle work, Yara muttered. Landmen are bad at subtle. How did the chain work? Caitlin countered. When a storm came, did the admirals shout at it to behave? Or did they learn to read its mood and steer? Yara's mouth crooked. Read and steer, she admitted. Often badly at first. This is the same, Caitlin said. The world is throwing us squalls of old possibilities. We can either batten everything down and pray, or we can learn how to use them. If a child dreams of a city burning, perhaps we check how ready that city is for fire. If a woman dreams of dead things climbing ice, perhaps we make sure the northern watchtowers are manned and stocked. And if a man dreams of himself on a throne of swords? Nerissa asked. What then? Then we tell him what happens to people who sit there, Tyrion said dryly, flicking ink at the rusting hulk at the end of the hall. We have examples. The leaks didn't stop. If anything, they grew more frequent. It wasn't just nightmares of old battles. Sometimes a man would be seized with a conviction that he had once betrayed a friend he'd never met. A woman would swear she remembered having 3 children instead of 2. A hedge knight with no head for heights would stand up calmly on a castle parapet and say, "Once I fell from here," then look confused when everyone stared. Catelyn experienced her first one in the middle of a council session. Nerissa was speaking. Something about tariffs on Valentine dyes, when the world twisted sideways. For a heartbeat, the hall vanished. Catelyn stood in a snow-choked courtyard, sword in her hand, corpses all around. Ghost was at her side, bigger, teeth bared at a figure of ice with blue eyes like burning coals. She was back in her chair. Her hand gripped the edge of the table hard enough to ache. Her breath came short. Sweat prickled her spine. She realized distantly that Yara had stopped talking, that Tyrion's gaze was on her, sharp and knowing. "Did anyone else?" she said, voice strangely steady. "Just remembered dying." A murmur of uneasy laughter ran around the table. "No," Yara said, "but I once remembered nearly drowning while sitting in a privy when I was 16. Does that count?" Catelyn forced herself to breathe. "It was him," she said. "John died. Or some echo of him. For a heartbeat I was him. At the wall. Facing." "Don't," Tyrion said gently. "We all know what you mean. No need to drag it fully into this room." The hall seemed to exhale. Catelyn unclenched her fingers. "It felt like a memory that wasn't mine," she said. "Sharp, bright, with an edge. Then gone." "Did it tell you to do anything?" Davos asked. She thought about it. "No," she said slowly. "It just was. It sat there. It could have sent me running to the wall, saying, 'They're coming again, we must fortify,' even if nothing had changed. It could have made me panic. Instead it just—" She groped for the word. "Reminded." "Of what?" Hal asked. "That he did it," she said quietly. "That I don't have to." Tyrion's mouth quirked. "Useful reminder," he said. Bran wrote, 3 days later, as if he'd been listening. Of course he had. They sat in Catelyn's small King's Landing chamber reading his cramped, spidery script. "You have walked with echoes now," he wrote. "You know what it feels like. It can unseat you, if you let it. It can make you think you are less yourself. You are not. The world is still adjusting to being allowed more than one ending. Its memory is untidy. Think of it like a child sorting through old tales. Sometimes it puts the wrong ending on the wrong beginning. Sometimes it tells you the ending before you're ready to hear the middle. That does not mean the tale will go that way again. You cannot stop the echoes. I cannot either. Not entirely. The roots go deep. They remember all the ways things might have gone, not just the way they did. Sometimes that leaks into men. The answer is not to cut the roots. It is to teach the men. Tell them, you are you. This is now. The past is true but finished. You may learn from it. You must not be bound by it." He had underlined that last sentence 3 times. Catelyn rubbed her thumb over the ink until it smudged. "Not bound," she murmured. Tyrion, watching her, refilled his wine. "I used to believe quite firmly that the past determined everything," he said. "Blood, house, old habits. It made it easier to excuse myself. I drink because I am a Lannister. I hurt people because my father hurt me. Convenient, lazy, useful, if you don't want to change." He sipped. "Then I watched John," he said. "And Daenerys. And your mother. And you. All of you so thoroughly bludgeoned by what had gone before. And yet each of you, in your own stumbling, irritating way, kept choosing things that made no sense by those old lights. It was very annoying." "Now, I imagine so," Caitlin said. "These echoes," he went on, "are dangerous because they are seductive. They offer us the illusion that we can know for certain what must happen, because we've seen some version of it." He tapped Bran's letter. "Bran is right. The answer is not to deny they exist. It is to teach people to treat them as one more voice in the room, not the only one. Like any loud man at this table," she said. "Exactly," he said. "Present company very much included." The echoes brought trouble, inevitably. Not everywhere. Not all at once. But in pockets where men were already hungry for certainty, they fell on eager ears. In the Westerlands, a second cult sprang up, calling themselves the Ashborn. Their leader, a woman with burned scars on her arms, claimed to have seen 10,000 cities burn in her sleep. She preached that only by purging all ambition, all craft, all building, could the world be spared that fate. Her followers smashed looms and burned barns, saying, "If we do not build, nothing can burn." Caitlin rode there with Davos and Nereza, listened, spoke, sent letters to local lords urging them not to send soldiers first and questions later. They spent months untangling fear from fanaticism, persuading some, imprisoning others, hanged a very few who would not stop setting other people's houses on fire. "Your uncle never had to deal with this," Nereza observed, watching a row of Ashborn sit sullen and shorn-headed in a village square. "He dealt with different versions," Caitlin said. "Men who wanted the end of everything. Men who wanted to rule everything. These ones want the end of some things so nothing worse can happen. It's all the same fear, wrapped in different robes." "And you?" Davos asked. "What do you want?" She thought about it. "Enough fear to keep us cautious," she said. "Not so much that we stop living." The biggest trouble came, as big troubles often did, from someone who thought he could use the chaos. He called himself Rain. Just Rain. No house, no patronym. He appeared first in the Stepstones, a captain with a knack for being where fights would matter most. His ship, the Sea Drake, was fast, and his voice was faster. He broke tide ships with daring raids, freed a few villages they held, and never failed to make sure someone was watching when he did. "He's using them," Yara said, slamming her mug down in the council chamber. "He lets the tide take a town, then he rushes in and chases them off. The folk cheer and swear they saw dragonfire in his wake." "Any proof of that?" Tyrion asked. "None," Nereza said. "But he has a red woman with him, an old one," she mutters. "She stares at the sea. She says the world is reforging." "Oh, of course she does," Caitlin muttered. Rumors followed Rain as birds followed plows. Some said he was a dragon seed, bastard of some long-dead Targaryen. Others said he was a faceless man gone rogue, stealing faces not for contracts but for fun. Still others whispered that he was Jon Snow reborn, or Daenerys returned in another body. His banner, a stylized wave breaking against a sword of flame, did nothing to dispel such mutterings. He refused to kneel to any lord. He refused to answer summons from the council. He sent letters, though, beautifully written ones. "We are both doing the same work," he wrote once, in a letter Caitlin read so many times she had the ink nearly memorized. "You sit in your circle of wood and talk. I sail and act. You fight the old stories with new ones in people's heads. I fight the old ways with new ways at sea. Why should we hinder one another?" "Because you are building a story with your face at its center," she thought, not writing that. Out loud she said, "He's tying the fight against the tide to himself. When he falls, or errs, or decides the world would be tidier under his sole command, Everything tied to him will tip too. We can try to pull him in, Davos suggested. Give him a chair. Make him one of the 3 on the chain. Then he'll have half of what he wants and start angling for the rest, Nerissa said. Men like that don't stop at thirds. Men like that sometimes throw themselves off cliffs if no one stops them, Tyrion said mildly. The question is whether we push. He fights the tide, Yara said. If we fight him, we weaken the only thing that's making them hesitate in the southern seas. Folk will say we're jealous, afraid, petty. We don't fight him, Catelyn said slowly. We don't embrace him either. We shadow him. How? Nerissa asked. Tell the tales he won't, Catelyn said. Of villages the chain freed before he arrived. Of ships that refused his flag and still fought. Of small captains no one writes songs about who held a harbor long enough for help to come. Make sure the story at every port is not Rain saved us, but we held on, and men and women from many places came. And when he writes to those villages, Tyrion said, saying the council tried to stop him, that he alone sees what must be done, that he held the forge when we would have let it go cold. Then I write back, Catelyn said, and I go, and I stand on those same docks and say, you owe him thanks, yes, but not your lives. You'll put your face in the story, Nerissa said. Yes, Catelyn said, but not alone, not as the only one. Rain did not like being shadowed. The first time Catelyn met him, it was in a storm. The council had agreed she should go south, reluctantly. Sansa had insisted they send more than letters. Davos volunteered to captain the ship. Yara came because, as she put it, I don't trust either of you not to get dragged into some prophecy and drowned. They found the Sea Drake off Tarth, both ships pitching in a rising wind. Rain's ship cut through the waves with insulting ease. Catelyn clung to the rail of Davos' slower vessel and squinted through spray as ropes were thrown. Tide tightened. Men shouted. The sea roared. A plank was laid. It bounced as the ships rolled. You don't have to, Davos said quietly at her shoulder. We can shout across, or send another letter. You're not the only one who can talk sense. I know, she said. She crossed anyway. Rain waited on the other side, cloak whipping. He was younger than she'd imagined. No older than she, perhaps a few years less. Dark hair braided back from a strong-boned face. Eyes gray as stormwater. He wore no crown, no armor. Only a simple leather jerkin and a sword at his hip. The Red Woman stood behind him, eyes like embers, guttering low. Lady Stark, he said. At last. Captain, she replied. He laughed. Ah, he said. You don't know how much you tell me with that one word. Not king, not lord, captain, a job, a skill, not a destiny. Is that not what you are? She asked. He spread his hands. I am what the world needs, he said lightly. At least in the corners I sail. The world has needed a great many things, she said. Dragons. Kings. Dead men marching. It's learned to be cautious about letting one person embody too much. Now, he inclined his head. You're quick, he said. I like that. Come, walk. They paced along the deck, sailors giving them as much space as the lines allowed. The tide is weak, he said, gesturing toward the white-capped waves. They're bullies, good at preying on the unarmed, bad at facing someone who hits back. I've seen them run from ships half their size because the other captain dared sail straight at them. They've gotten fat on fear and disunity. I fixed that. You fix nothing alone, she said. The chain moves like old men debating about their bowels, he said. They're careful, cautious, good, necessary, but too slow. While they consult, I act. While you send letters, I sink raiders. While you argue with cults, I burn their ships. You needn't speak as if they are at war with you, she said. They cover seas you cannot reach. They hold harbors you don't know. You're not their rival. His jaw tightened. I am their replacement, he said. There it was. She stopped. "So you do want a crown," she said. "Just one made of waves instead of iron." His smile was quick and sharp. "What if I do?" he asked. "What if I see a wheel creaking back into place and think, we can do better? Your counsel is admirable. It has done great things, but it is old, tired. It clings to the idea that the best way to keep power from corrupting is to spread it so thin no one can use it to do anything. That's half true. It also means when new threats come, you step." "We don't need one man to stand in the gap," she said. "We've seen what happens when we lean on one too heavily." "You've seen what happens when you lean on the wrong ones," he corrected. "Mad kings. Vain queens. Men who thought their blood entitled them to obedience. I'm not that. I'm something else." "You're a man," she said. "With your own blindness, your own hungers, you may not be what they were, but you are not what the world needs as everything either. No one is." He stepped closer. The deck rolled. The storm pressed at their ears. "I remember things," he said abruptly. "Not dreams. Not exactly. Lives. Battles. A boy on a wall of ice. A queen on a burning tower. A city drowned in green fire. I remember standing where I have never stood and dying in a dozen ways. And in all of them, one man always took the weight. One man always carried it. One man always broke. Many." His eyes burned. "I won't let that be for nothing," he said. "If the world needed him then, it needs someone now who can do what he did without breaking. Who can remember without being crushed." Caitlin swallowed. He was not the first to speak of echoes. He was the first to see them as mandate. "Those lives weren't yours," she said gently. "They're not orders. They're warnings. If you treat them as a script, you'll write yourself right back into their tragedies. Or I'll learn from them and avoid their mistakes," he said. "By repeating their shape?" she asked. "They became what they did because everyone around them agreed to let them. They said, 'You are our king, our savior, our knife. We are only pieces. That's the pattern you're reaching for. Do you not see it?'" He stared at her for a long moment. "You are afraid of me," he said. "Yes," she said simply. "Because I have seen what happens when the world hands itself to one person and says, 'Here, you look after it, we're tired.' Because I have felt those echoes too. Because I know how seductive it is to think, I remember all their mistakes. I won't repeat them. The worst tyrants always believe that." "And what would you have me do?" he asked. "Lay down my sword? Let the tide feast? Sit at your table and argue while men drown?" "No," she said. "Keep fighting the tide. Keep burning their ships. Keep saving ports. But don't build yourself into the story as the only one who can. Don't sign your name larger than anyone else. Don't let that red woman whisper in your ear that you are destiny. You are a captain. Be a captain. Be a great one. Don't be a god." "No. Go." The red woman's lips twisted. "Fire chooses its vessel," she murmured. "He remembers because our lore wills." "Fire is not the only thing in the world," Caitlin said sharply. "Nor the only god. Nor the only story." Rain's gaze flicked between them. "You sound like Bran," he said roughly. "Talking of threads and choices." "He taught me," she said. "He taught me too," Rain said. "In dreams. He showed me how many times one man failed because he tried to do too much alone. I won't fail. I'll do more." "Nani?" "By doing the same?" she asked softly. Lightning forked across the sky. The thunder rolled over them like a giant's laughter. For a long moment they stood there, two people on a groaning deck, old storms and new swirling around them. Finally, Rain looked away. "Go back to your table, Lady Stark," he said. "Tell them I refused your chair. Tell them I'll sail my own course. If the chain wants to work with me, they know where to find me. If they want to stay in their safe harbors, let them." When the tide comes, they'll thank me. Jiao. He turned away. Caitlin watched him walk to the prow, cloak snapping, sword at his hip, red woman at his shoulder. Don't make him your enemy, Davos said quietly at her side. She hadn't heard him cross over. We need his kind, up to a point. I know, she said. She crossed back to Davos' ship. Rain pelted her face. The plank creaked. Her stomach rolled. Her mind did more. Back in King's Landing, she tore up 3 drafts of the Council's letter before approving the 4th. It did not denounce Rain. It did not praise him either. It acknowledged his victories, thanked him for saving certain harbors, welcomed cooperation with the Chain, and reminded every lord on its list that their first loyalty was to their own people, not to any man on a ship. Think it will work? Nerissa asked, flicking ash from her pipe. No, Caitlin said. Not fully. Some will love him anyway. Some will hate us for not crowning him. Some will try to make him a hero or a villain. But it draws a line. It says we see what he's doing and we don't agree with his story. No. Stories again, Yara muttered. Stories always, Caitlin replied. Years folded. The tide waned. The Chain. Imperfect, fractious, often infuriating, held. Its admirals quarreled but sailed. Some captains tied their fates to Rain, others to the Council, most to their own luck. Forts rose and fell, but no single banner ever flew over every harbor. The dreams continued. Some did harm. Many didn't. A few saved lives. A woman in the Reach, jolted awake by a vision of a flooded ford, convinced her husband not to travel that road. A boy in the north, dreaming of a wildling raid that had never happened, woke with such terror his father strengthened their palisade. When a pack of winter wolves came prowling weeks later, the fence held. The ashbourne dwindled. The stillness softened. New cults rose and fell, some harmless, some requiring careful attention from bards and sheriffs, and the occasional squad of grim northern spearmen. Caitlin grew lines around her mouth. Her hair silvered first at the temples, then more broadly. Her hands thickened with ink and reins and the faint ache of old sword drills. She found she preferred sitting to standing at long meetings. She did not admit it out loud. Tyrion died quietly one autumn, in his sleep, a goblet half full of wine on his table and a sheaf of papers under his hand. Caitlin found him when he did not come to council. She stood in his doorway for a long moment, looking at the man who had once tried to drink himself to death, and instead lived so long he ran out of excuses. He left her his quills. Of course he did. Davos went back to the sea. He said he missed the way it cursed at him. He died where he'd always wanted, on deck shouting at a mate for tying a poor knot falling mid-sentence with the wind in his beard. Yara died in her sleep, knife under her pillow, grandchildren squabbling in her doorway about whether the next ship should be named after her or her favorite swear. Sansa died in Winterfell, under the heart tree, Benjen and Rickon beside her, Caitlin arriving 3 days too late to hear her last words. They carved her in stone and laid her next to Ned and Lyanna and Jon Doy. Caitlin sat in the crypt afterward, listening to the silence, and thought, you did it. You kept them honest. You kept us alive. Bran's letters grew fewer and odder. Sometimes whole pages would be nothing but lists of birds he'd seen. Sometimes a single line, the river is learning to sing different songs. Sometimes nothing at all for years, then a note. I dreamed I walked past your valley. Jon was not there. Only snow. That made me happy. Caitlin did not know what to do with that, so she tucked the letter into her coat and let it warm against her heart. A new generation came to the council. How the farmer's son Finn took his father's seat, hands rough, mind sharp. Nerissa's youngest cousin swept in with sand in her hair and too much confidence, needing blunt knocks from older members to learn humility. A maester's apprentice from Old Town, a woman called Lamora, came with books and a hunger for patterns. Don't look for them too hard, Caitlin warned her once after a long debate about crop rotations. Sometimes things happen not because the gods have a plan, but because rats were hungrier than usual. That's a pattern too, Lemora said. Just smaller. Not everything needs a story, Caitlin said. Then why do we tell so many? Lemora asked. To keep the big stories from swallowing the little ones, Caitlin said. The rusted iron throne leaned further. Ivy curled up its legs. A bird nested once in a crevice between blades. Children of council members played hide-and-seek in the shadows at the far end of the hall, their shrieks echoing where once kings had shouted. One winter, when snow-roofed King's Landing's new godswood and the bay froze in jagged patches, Caitlin walked alone to the foot of the old throne. She stood looking up at it. It loomed still, ugly and impressive in its way. A pile of other men's swords, melted and twisted until no one could sit on it without being pricked. She reached out and laid her hand on a lower blade. Cold metal. Flaking rust. Her hand shook. "Do you want to sit it?" a voice asked behind her. She didn't jump. She'd heard Finn's heavy step. "No," she said. "People say you should," he said. "Some, in the villages, in the inns. Caitlin of the council, they say." She says no like Jon Snow did. Maybe she should sit there just long enough to make new rules, and then knock it down. She huffed. "That's not how thrones work," she said. "No one ever sits one just long enough." "I know," he said. "I tell them that. But they're tired. The council helped them, but it's far away. They don't see us arguing. All they see is letters. Grain shipments. Bans on new taxes. They think if we had one person we could shout at, it would be simpler." "It would be," she said. "And worse." He came to stand beside her. "This thing," he said, eyeing the throne, "sits here like a dare. Like the world saying, go on, try again. Maybe it'll be different this time." "It won't," she said. "Not in any way that matters." "Then why leave it?" he asked. "Because Jon said," she thought. "Because Daenerys asked. Because it has to stand as a wound, not a prize." Aloud, she said, "Because every time someone looks at it and thinks, I could sit there, they have to do it with all of us watching. With this hall full of people ready to tell them what came of the last dozens who tried. What if one day no one remembers?" Finn asked. "What if, 100 years from now, some lordling wanders in here and sees only an old chair and thinks, wouldn't it be grand to sit it and make everyone shut up?" She smiled thinly. "Then I hope there's someone like you there," she said. "Or like my brothers. Or like Arya. Or like some fisher girl we haven't met yet. Someone who sees a boy reaching for rust and says, no. We don't do that anymore." "You put a lot of weight on people you haven't met," Finn said. "That's what this has all been for," she said. "Not to make the world safe forever. That's impossible. To make it easier for the next ones to do better without being crushed by what came before." "No." He looked at her. "You sound like you're done," he said softly. She exhaled. "I'm tired," she said. "For the first time in a long time, I feel as if my hands might be in the way. New threats are coming. Little ones, odd ones. Things my mind wants to fit into old shapes when maybe they need new." "You could learn new shapes," he said. "Maybe," she said. "But every day I look at this table and I see ghosts arguing with me. Jon.eu. Daenerys. Tyrion. Davos. Sansa.I. They don't belong in every decision. They can't be the measure of all things. I have been useful because I remembered them. I will become dangerous if I start trying to speak for them." "No." "Then what will you do?" Finn asked. She thought of Jon's Valley, of a river chuckling under ice, of ghosts' old white fur. "I'll go north," she said. "For a while, not forever. Just until the forge cools in my bones a little. Leave us with all the arguments." Finn said. "How rude." "You'll be fine," she said. You'll make mistakes. You'll fix them. You'll tell me about them in letters and I'll shake my head and pretend I would have done better. No, he snorted. Will you? He asked. No, she said. But it will be fun to pretend. She stepped closer to the old throne. You were never the story, she said softly to it. You were just a prop, a dangerous one. Then she turned her back on it and walked toward the round table. They let her go. Not easily. There were tears in the Godswood at Winterfell, embraces in King's Landing's courtyards, stubborn arguments about whether she should at least keep a seat on the council in name. You can always come back, Lemora said fiercely, clutching her hand. I know, Catelyn said. That's why I'm not afraid to go. The road north felt familiar. She rode with a small party, with old guards and young scribes and one bard who insisted on coming to see where all this no business started. They passed towns that had grown since she was a girl, and others that had shrunk. They saw children playing games where one shouted, I am the Forge, and the others shouted, You don't get to choose alone, and tackled them. At the ruins of the old gate north of the wall, rebuilt now as stout stone towers with a thick wooden palisade between, she met Tormund's granddaughter, a woman with a laugh like rolling boulders, who hugged Catelyn until her ribs creaked. Snow would like to see you, she said. I'm sure he would, Catelyn said. I'll have to settle for watching from whatever bit of air he's in. Tormund's valley had grown. There were more huts now. More smoke. Children with hair as red as dawn and as white as ice chased each other along the riverbank. The trees had crept a little closer. The river sang. She found the hut without asking. The stones had fallen in places. Moss grew between them. The roof sagged, but held. Ghosts' old bones lay under a small cairn of rocks, stacked carefully, a white shard of his tooth embedded in the top. Catelyn sat on the same rock where Bran had once rested. You did it, she said into the quiet. Or enough of it. Wind stirred the scrub. Somewhere, far off, a wolf howled. She closed her eyes. For a moment, she felt it again, the threads, the lives, the paths not taken. But they were faint now, like echoes from another room. They brushed her and moved on. I won't let them tell it wrong, she said. Not while I'm here, not after if I can help it. A bird landed on the cairn. It cocked its head, as if listening. She laughed. Fine, she said. Help me then. She stayed that winter. She fished. She walked. She taught wildling children how to read letters, and northern children how to swear in Dothraki. She listened to old men tell their own versions of the long night. She told hers. Every so often a raven would arrive, wheezing, bearing a letter tied to its leg. News of small crises. A guild in Old Town trying to monopolize winter wheat. A dispute between Braavosi sailors and Pentoshi merchants about who had the right to anchor where. A minor lord in the Stormlands thinking he'd like to revive the old right of Prima Nocta, and being sat on by a furious coalition of septas, maesters, and one grizzled Stormlander widow with a large frying pan. Do you want us to send you east? Finn wrote once, in a letter spattered with something that might have been beer. There's trouble near Korth. Some madman thinks he can open doors between worlds. Lemora says it's an interesting test of our new approach to magic and memory. Yaris Air says it's a great chance to loot fancy carpets. I say it's a terrifying folly. You? No. She dipped her quill. No, she wrote. You go. Take Lemora. Take that bard who came north with me. He'll turn it into a song that makes everyone think twice about doing it again. Remember, talk first, sword second. And if you meet anyone who says they can see every way this could go, and therefore know exactly what must happen, tell them a woman in the north once said no to that, and it worked out. She signed it. Catelyn of now, not of always. The snow fell. The world did what it always did. Turned. New children were born who would never know a world where the dead walked. Old men died who had never quite believed the stories. The echoes of Joan's other lives grew fainter, not because they were less true, but because more lives layered over them. In inns, when minstrels sang of Jon Snow, their songs shifted. They still told of the boy on the wall, of the king who never was, of the man who met winter's hand with his own. But more and more, they added verses about what came after. About councils, about chains, about stubborn women who said no to new thrones, about farmers who refused to be pieces, about a world that learned, slowly, painfully, to carry its own weight. In one such inn, on one such night, a child asked a question. "Why does he die so much?" she demanded, frowning up at the singer. "In all your songs, he keeps dying. That's silly. He should stop." The bard laughed. "That's the point, little wolf," he said. "He did. Once. Noi. Nam. Terre. Na. And somewhere, in roots and rivers and stories, and the thin, bright line between what might have been and what is, something like a man smiled and let go. Just a little more. The forge, having done its work, cooled. The world, slightly less bound by old destinies than it had been, went on.